Orders of the day.
Ordre du jour, orders of the day. Government Bills Commons, consideration at third reading of Bill C-75, Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership Implementation Act.
Ms. Chager for Mr. Carr, seconded by Madame Petitpas-Taylor, moves that Bill C-79, an act to implement the Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for the Trans-Pacific Partnership between Canada, Australia, Brunei, Chile, Japan, Malaysia, Mexico, New Zealand, Peru, Singapore, and Vietnam, be now read a third time and do pass. Debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Mr. Speaker. It is a privilege once again to speak about the Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership, the CPTPP, and the benefits to Canadians from coast to coast to coast and across all sectors of our economy. Through the CPTPP, our government is demonstrating our commitment to growing our economy and strengthening the middle class by expanding and diversifying Canada's trade and investment relations. Canada is a nation that is built on trade, and as a medium-sized economy, trade is fundamental to our continued prosperity and economic growth. While Asia has more than doubled in importance as a destination, for Canadian goods and services since the turn of the century, Canada lost market share to our competitors because previous governments were not as seized of the need for strategic, longer-term integration with the region's fast-growing economies. The CPTPP will help remedy this. It will be the cornerstone agreement for Canada to diversify our trade and investment towards Asia and enhance our export presence in the region. The 11 CPTPP members represent a total of 495 million consumers and 13.5% of global GDP. Canada's export to our CPTPP partners totaled nearly $27 billion in 2017. The CPTPP will provide Canadians with tremendous opportunity to continue to expand their business in Asia. Trade has long been a powerful engine that drives the Canadian economy. Canadian jobs and prosperity depend heavily on our connectivity with other countries around the world. In fact, 1 in 5 jobs in Canada is related to exports, while Canadian exports amount to nearly 1/3 of Canada's GDP. Opening borders to trade and investment and diversifying our trade partners has the potential to boost Canada's wealth and make us less vulnerable to changing conditions in any one market. And it is the creation of wealth that leads to more jobs. Canadian small and medium-sized enterprises, in particular, are looking for our government to open up new markets for potential exports, and the CPTPP will help us deliver on this task. Implementing and ratifying the CPTPP will strengthen our economic ties with the 10 other CPTPP members, which includes 7 new free trade agreement partners: Australia, Brunei, Japan, Malaysia, New Zealand, Singapore, and Vietnam. Mr. Speaker, once the CPTPP enters into force, Canada will have preferential access to 51 different countries through 14 trade agreements, representing nearly 1.5 billion consumers and over 60% of the global economy. The CPTPP is projected to boost Canada's economy by $4.2 billion over the long term, and that growth will be driven by increased exports of goods and services, exports and increases in investment. This, Mr. Speaker, means more jobs and more prosperity for Canadians. For trade in goods, the CPTPP will help Canadian businesses increase their sales and profits by eliminating virtually all tariffs, most of which will be eliminated upon entry into force of the agreement, and establishing mechanisms to address non-tariff barriers to create more predictable and transparent trading conditions. The CPTPP will allow Canadian companies to level the playing field with competitors that currently enjoy preferential access to key markets like Japan, Malaysia, and Vietnam, while gaining a competitive advantage over other countries that currently don't have the same level of access. It will help Canadian companies to establish customer relationships, networks, and other joint partnerships, and offer Canada with the opportunity to further integrate with global supply chains. Opening up new markets to our products means that Canada will be at an advantage to export more agriculture and agri-food, fish and seafood, industrial machinery, and everything in between. New markets for our agriculture and agri-food products means more opportunities abroad for pork from British Columbia, beef from Alberta, wheat from Saskatchewan, canola from Manitoba, ice wine from Ontario, maple syrup from Quebec, blueberries from New Brunswick and Nova Scotia, and potato products from Prince Edward Island and Newfoundland and Labrador, just to name a few. Opening up new markets for our fish and seafood industry means more opportunities for salmon, halibut, lobster, clams, mussels, and snow crab, supporting close to 76,000 Canadian jobs, based mostly in rural and coastal regions from coast to coast to coast. And opening up new markets means opportunities for Canada's diverse and productive manufacturing sectors, such as aerospace, chemicals, cosmetics, industrial machinery, medical devices, metal and minerals, pharmaceuticals, and plastics. Mr. Speaker, I've mentioned just a snapshot of Canada's vibrant economy, and there are many more sectors whose exporters will benefit from the CPTPP. Securing a preferential access to CPTPP markets means that almost all Canadian products can be exported to our CPTPP partners without facing tariffs. Upon full implementation of the agreement, 99% of tariff lines of CPTPP parties will become duty-free, covering 98% of Canada's current total exports to CPTPP markets. The benefits of the CPTPP don't stop there. In addition to addressing traditional trade policy issues like tariffs and technical barriers to trade, the CPTPP also covers trade in services, investment, intellectual property, government procurement, and state-owned enterprises. These parts of the agreement serve to provide Canadian companies, service providers, and investors alike with transparency, predictability, and certainty in their access to CPTPP markets. For example, the national treatment and most favored national provisions, combined with a ratchet mechanism, means that Canadian service providers and investors' access to CPTPP markets can only improve over time, and as they take steps toward greater liberalization, including when they complete free trade agreement negotiations with other countries around the world. This means that the CPTPP will not only open up new markets for Canada today, but also that our access will improve in the future. This is complemented by the commitments made on government procurement in the CPTPP, which establish fair, open, and transparent rules for competitive procurement markets. Canadian businesses will enjoy equal treatment vis-à-vis domestic suppliers when bidding for government contracts in CPTPP markets. As a result, Canadian suppliers will benefit from new opportunities in markets such as Australia, Brunei, Malaysia, and Vietnam, while gaining expanded government procurement access with existing FTA partners like Chile and Peru. Mr. Speaker, I think it is now clearer than ever that the CPTPP is a big deal for Canadian businesses and workers. We are making good on our commitment to create opportunities for small and medium-sized enterprises and generate economic growth that will benefit all Canadians. This agreement tears down barriers and builds a bridge across the Pacific for Canadian exporters of goods and services. With the CPTPP, Canada will send a clear signal to the world that it stands firm in its support for the free, rules-based international trading system. In the wake of rising protectionist sentiments around the world, the ratification of the CPTPP will not just secure economic benefits for us today, but solidify our role in the economic architecture of Asia tomorrow and for decades to come. For these reasons, our government is committed to ratifying and bringing the CPTPP into force, and it is why I encourage the honourable members of this House to support the bill before us today. And Mr. Speaker, I want to also take a moment to relate the benefit of CPTPP to my city, the great city of Mississauga. City of Mississauga is a host of 10% of the Fortune 500 countries in Canada. So 10% of Fortune 500 companies have their headquarters situated in Mississauga. Most, if not all, of these companies, Mr. Speaker, will see tremendous benefit out of the CPTPP. For example, aerospace industries, pharmaceuticals, food processors, engineering companies, financial institutions. But on top of that, Mr. Speaker, we have a tremendous opportunity for our small and medium-sized enterprises in the city of Mississauga, who will find new access to new markets without any tariffs, with a mechanism to settle disputes that guarantees them market access. Mr. Speaker, in Mississauga, we are blessed with a culture of entrepreneurship. We have many entrepreneurs and innovators who are starting new businesses in technology, in financial, FinTech industry sector. All of those industries, all of those entrepreneurs will also benefit. And the third dimension I want to talk about, Mr. Speaker, is the people-to-people's ties. Mississauga, just like the rest of Canada, is extremely diverse. And we have people from all backgrounds who have inherent ties to their ancestral homes or to family links or to business partners. So now they are able to utilize these links, these people-to-people links, so they can benefit their businesses, they can grow their top line, they can grow their profitability, and they can hire more workers and expand their business. So, Mr. Speaker, the CPTPP is tremendous good news for the entire country, but in particular my city, the city of Mississauga, and the entire Peel region for that matter. And the other point I want to talk about, Mr. Speaker, is that the opportunity cost. We cannot afford to miss signing and being a partner within the CPTPP partnership, Mr. Speaker. Canadian businesses are expanding their business relationship in Asia. And if Canada misses the boat on being one of those countries, who sign this agreement and enforce it as early as possible, our businesses will miss the opportunity of establishing a beachhead in Asia. They will miss the opportunity by falling behind other businesses from other countries. And we can't afford to do that, Mr. Speaker, because we will lose jobs. Our businesses will lose a competitive advantage that they need today. And Canadians more than ever today believe in the importance of diversifying our trade. They know that while we do have a healthy, productive, profitable relationship with our neighbors to the south, we can no longer depend on one customer. We need to diversify access to different markets, Mr. Speaker. And this agreement offers our businesses, offers our workers that potential. And I'm also proud to stand as a member of a government that worked with our CPTPP partners to enhance on the previous agreement was called TPP. We have suspended certain provisions, an infringement on our intellectual properties or copyrights, Mr. Speaker. On top of that, we've added side letters, bilateral side letters, with all of the CPTPP partners that guarantee and protect new labor standards, environmental standards, and deals with non-tariff barriers, Mr. Speaker. And those side letters are enforceable because there is a dispute mechanism that is prescribed within the CPTPP that not only enforces the clause within the CPTPP, but also allows us to enforce those side letters that will protect our workers' rights, that will protect environments, that will protect our culture, that will protect our intellectual properties. So, Mr. Speaker, we are expanding our markets for our businesses, we are defending the rights of our workers, and we are ensuring that we have mechanisms to resolve any disputes. And we are ensuring that those mechanisms will deal with non-tariff barriers. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm very proud to stand here today and share with Canadians about the importance of this agreement. And I will encourage my colleagues here in the House of Commons that we come together, and I do want to take a moment to thank my colleagues in the Conservative Party for their support. They have led the way within the opposition parties on encouraging other parties to support this agreement. And I want to also reach out to my colleagues in the Senate. Hopefully very soon they will be receiving this bill. And I want to extend a hand to offer my support. I understand, Mr. Speaker, that the Senate has to do its job, and we look forward to working with them on passing this bill. Mr. Speaker, this is a good story for Canadians. This is a good story for Canadian businesses, a good story for Canadian workers, and I look forward to seeing it come into force as quickly as possible. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Comments, questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
The honourable member for Jonquière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise today and be able to speak, especially given that there has been time allocation imposed again on a very important bill, Bill C-79. Now, I heard what my colleague said in his remarks. The NDP supports agreements and balanced trade that protects workers and our jobs. Under the agreement in question today, over 50,000 workers will lose their job. Now, my colleague has spoken about the value of this agreement, but I'd like to know what he thinks about workers under the labour chapter in the CPTPP. There is going to be a complaint mechanism by which workers who feel their rights have been infringed upon will have to prove that infringement had an impact. So I'd like to know what my colleague thinks about that. Why is it up to the workers to prove that their rights were infringed upon? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, and I'd like to thank
her assertion that Canadian workers will be losing jobs because of this agreement. I totally disagree with that, but I guess it's not a surprise that the NDP and our party, disagree on this point. They said the same thing about previous NAFTA agreement. They said the same thing about other trade agreements, and I'm glad to report to you, Mr. Speaker, and to all Canadians that those fears have not been realized. In fact, Canadians know that trade and open market access creates jobs, creates wealth, and it's in the benefit of all businesses in Canada. Now, I'm also happy to talk further about the fact that we have now standards in side letters with partners at the CPTPP that upholds labor standards, Mr. Speaker, and I'm proud to say that those agreements, those side letters, are enforceable through the dispute mechanism. My colleague in the NDP trade critic, has frankly had the opportunity to ask our officials, our Global Canada's officials, about the enforceability of those side letters, about the enforceability of those standards. And those non-political, independent officials told her with no ambiguity or equivocation, Mr. Speaker, those side letters will protect labour rights and are enforceable.
Questions and comments. L'honorable.
the Honourable Member for Mirabel, for Joliette, rather. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask my colleague how his party and how his government can support this agreement when we know perfectly well that supply management is being affected, and whether that's in dairy or eggs and poultry, without any compensation having been announced. Not 1 cent has been announced to compensate our producers. And we know from our dairy farmers that they were the ones that were sacrificed in CETA. The Conservatives had announced $4.3 billion in compensation, but what did we get? $250 million for an investment program that isn't even a compensation program. It didn't even work. And now we're about to pass the new CPTPP without 1 single cent being provided to our agricultural producers, who are once again being used as currency in this trade agreement. So I'd like to know who in this government and who in this party is standing up for our dairy producers, especially in Quebec. I've been looking around and I don't see any. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Let me start off by saying that this trade agreement has been the most consulted trade agreement in Canada's history. After the previous version of the CPTPP was signed, it was called TPP, we consulted Canadians for over 2 years. I want to thank all the stakeholders, all Canadians, all businesses, including members of the supply managed sector who participated in this consultation. And I'm proud to say that the outcome of those consultations were incorporated in the new version of the CPTPP. And I also would like to take a moment to say that our party was the party that created supply management, and our party continues to support supply management. We, and including my colleagues in Quebec, have been a proud voice that stands behind our farmers in the dairy sector, in the poultry sectors, and our government will always support our dairy farmers, Mr. Speaker. Let there be no doubt about that.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Nepean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Canada is a trading nation. Our prosperity continues to be dependent on the trade we have with other countries in the world. To continue to ensure that our seniors continue to enjoy the high standard of living they have now, and to ensure that our children will also have the same benefits of high standard of living, and to further strengthen our middle class, these sort of trade agreements are required. I would like to ask my honourable colleague if he can explain slightly more in detail on the need to diversify the Canadian trade beyond North America, and also to expand how this trade agreement helps to increase the $27 billion export that we are having currently with 11 countries that are part of CPTPP. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague from Nepean for his excellent question and his tireless work on behalf of his constituents. Mr. Speaker, my colleague has been very eloquent in reminding all of us that, yes, we do have a strong trading relationship with our neighbors to the south. Close to 75% of our exports or our trading activities go to the United States. And while that is important, and we need to do everything we can to maintain that relationship, but it's really important for us, for our businesses, to diversify our markets, to create new markets that our businesses, our workers can benefit from, to create more jobs, to create more wealth. So, and Canadians know today more than ever about the importance of diversification. We have some of the best industries in the world. We have the best skilled workers in the world, Mr. Speaker. The rest of the world is coming to Canada saying, help us with certain technologies, help us build certain infrastructure. We need to benefit from the skilled health workers that you have in your health sector. We need to enjoy the benefit of your education system. So there's a tremendous demand for our technologies, Mr. Speaker, for our skilled laborers. Asia is one of the fastest growing economies in the world. The CPTPP will provide us new access to Asia, and our commitment, Mr. Speaker, is to build on it and expand access for our businesses and our workers. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think the Liberals let slip there a little bit. They thanked the Conservatives for leading the way on this, and that's what Canadians are sometimes wondering as to what the difference really is on trade between the two parties. That we've seen trade deal after trade deal where the promises about improving labour standards, improving environmental standards. We had that great show of force from the Prime Minister that he was going to go into NAFTA 2.0 and include gender into the agreement, and when the NAFTA new deal was signed, that was somehow left out. And we've seen in trade deal after trade deal, the environment is talked about, labour standards are talked about, but they're always side agreements. And we look through the TPP, this new version, and they call it comprehensive and they call it progressive. That was Canada's insistence. Well, you can put lipstick on a pig, it's still a pig. Calling something progressive doesn't make it so. So we look for those labour standards. Are they baked into the deal or are they just side deals? We look for the environmental conditions. Are they going to lift up countries who have poor records right now? And all this agreement asks them to do is to affirm their commitment to the environment. Well, what does that exactly mean in a country that doesn't have a strong commitment to the environment as it is right now? Well, it's status quo. So my question is that trade can lift up all countries, but the promise is often not met in the reality. We have not seen labour practices improve in South and Central America. We have not seen them improve in Asia through the successive rounds of trade deals. So my question to the Minister, to my honourable friend is, how can he expect people to keep buying this thing that they're selling by simply putting a little bit of lipstick on it and calling it progressive?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, in 45 seconds or less, please.
Speaking of pigs, Mr. Speaker, I can tell you that hog farmers are extremely excited about this bill because they know that CPTPP will open up new markets for them in Asia, in Latin America, that they are looking for. And they have been advocating for months, if not years, for the Government of Canada to help them open new markets because they know that they have the highest quality products in the world. They know that their customers around the world are asking for that product. So, again, it is not a surprise that the NDP is fear-mongering against any trade agreement. We've seen that in the 90s. We're seeing that today. And I encourage my honourable colleague to get in with the times, to realize how important free trade agreements is for Canada and Canadian workers. Thank you very much.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Portneuf, Jacques Cartier. Jacques Cartier. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from the Liberal Party for his remarks and to have expressed his admiration for the Conservative Party and the fact that he was inspired by them. And I'd also like to thank the member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley, who was speaking about differences between our parties. Well, the Conservatives represent the economy. We don't know what the Liberals represent, but at least they were inspired by our own initiative to come forward with Bill C-79 on the CPTPP. The CPTPP is a new free trade agreement, and I think it's very interesting in terms of the economy and the government. It opens up markets so that we can prosper. And what does that mean? Well, it means that our businesses will be able to have an international involvement to create wealth. And creating that wealth will allow these businesses and their governments to have money available for social programs, for example, and to be able to help more disadvantaged people. So let's create wealth and create social programs. What the Liberals are doing is spending a lot of money, but what they're doing now is using things that the Conservatives came up with to be able to create that wealth. Now, under the CPTPP, we'll be trading with Brunei, Australia, Chile, Japan, Malaysia, Mexico, New Zealand, Peru, Singapore, and Vietnam. I'd like to emphasize the fact that this was started by the Conservative Party. Now, the Liberals like to often raise the name of the former Conservative Prime Minister, Stephen Harper. Well, he is why I entered politics. He was the one who brought in means to develop the Canadian economy. Now, the Liberals tend to improvise. We saw this with NAFTA, that has now become the USMCA. C for Canada, the last letter in the acronym, because we were the last ones in this trilogy to have signed or agreed to this deal. So we sort of see that the Liberals do this kind of last-minute improvising, and it makes people feel quite insecure. The Prime Minister of Canada has been asked to expedite these processes. My former leader wrote the Liberals. And I think strategically, it's important to say that the United States is a very significant market. But, of course, we need to develop other markets so that we have the power to negotiate. Now, my leader wrote to the Prime Minister of Canada and asked him to speed up this process. What's important with this kind of treaty is to be within the 6 first countries in order to be able to implement this agreement. But, once again, the Liberals improvised. They weren't particularly rigorous in their process. And what that means is that here we are in October, just before Thanksgiving, and we're finally talking about the CPTPP. We've been losing time. We've been wasting time. You know, when it comes to the economy, when a player isn't there and orders start coming in, well, clients end up being disappointed. Businesses have to be able to attract clients. It's like when you build a headquarters, Mr. Speaker. When there are opportunities to bring headquarters here, well, those headquarters might go somewhere else. You know, it's not every week that headquarters come here. These are investment cycles. And when you decide to settle in a country and then you transfer to another country, everything becomes more complicated. So we have to take these kinds of things seriously. Now, the EDC's website says that thanks to agreements like the CPTPP, we'll now be able to attract better trade, clients, bid on foreign contracts, eliminate customs tariffs on goods and services. Well, this is the federal government's website, and they're promoting the benefits of a free trade agreement. Mr. Speaker, that is what a government has to do. However, this government, because it was so slow, because it was just improvising at the last minute, or maybe even because the Prime Minister felt like taking a vacation this summer, while we were ready to move all this forward, well, unfortunately, this government just decided to let this go at whatever pace it was going to move at, and that's why today we're debating it finally. This agreement will come into force 60 days after 6 countries have signed the agreement. What does this mean? Well, it means that if we take our time, if we're not within those 6 first countries, well then we're not part of that early implementation. Does the Liberal government truly want to open up markets? It's a pretty strange way to behave, Mr. Speaker. Sunday evening, we saw this once again, and the Prime Minister decided to have a last-minute meeting at 10 o'clock at night. He brought his ministers together, and it's as if all of a sudden he woke up. There was this emergency all of a sudden at the last minute, Mr. Speaker.
This government's amateur attitude shows us that they accelerated all this irresponsibly with respect to the USMCA. And they were dealing with a huge market, the United States. So there's no consistency with this government, and that's what's truly unfortunate. They sped up the process. Now, in October, I think maybe they're starting to hibernate, but the Prime Minister sped things up. And, Mr. Speaker, when you're negotiating, when you're bargaining, I'm not an expert. I'm not an expert negotiator. I wasn't at the bargaining table. But when you negotiate, usually, you give and you take. You can say, I'm ready to sacrifice X so that you can give me Y. It's an old principle. And you don't have to be an absolute genius, and there has to be give and take, and that's what negotiation is. Now, the Liberal government, what did the Liberal government get from what it, in exchange for what it gave? Mr. Speaker, I have nothing here in my notes. We give, we're proud, happy, and they say, bravo, mission accomplished. Yes, it's important to have an agreement with the U.S., but not on one's knees. You have to stand up. There's a process, and somebody just said, come on, let's get this going. In the USMCA, the United States, Mexico, Canada agreement, we came in third place. The United States came to an agreement with Mexico, and they said, Canada, well, we're just going forward. The Liberal government and our Prime Minister were giving direct access to markets with nothing in exchange for our farmers and our dairy producers in the American market. Now, with the CPTPP, they got a market, but they abdicated. They caved in on the surtax on steel, on aluminum, and on softwood lumber. Mr. Speaker, you give something, you negotiate, they had means to put pressure on them, but they couldn't agree on withdrawing these means of putting pressure. Further, Mr. Speaker, they extended the patent period for pharmaceuticals. This means that it will cost far more for Canadians to treat themselves, to have health care and health treatment. That's not much of a win. Now, we're going to cap automobile sector development in Canada. And what did we get in exchange? Now, Mr. Speaker, and this is the best. Now, there are other things I could give as examples. But one thing that is particular, because the further you read and the deeper you read, the more you see, and the devil is in the details. Mr. Speaker, and this is quite particular what I'm going to say, we're going to have to ask the President of the United States, we're going to have to ask his permission to come to trade agreements with other countries. Now, Mr. Speaker, I just don't get it. And our Prime Minister seems to be quite pleased with the negotiations, and it's important to have an agreement, a business agreement, a trade agreement, a free trade agreement with the United States, which is an extremely important market for our country, perhaps 80% of our trade, but not at any price. They wanted to do damage control, and this government is happy with what it did. We got nothing in return, Mr. Speaker. Look, they said negotiations had ended, but in my riding, in Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier, there is a business that does trades with the United States and does business in Canada, but its product is on the list of things that will be subjected to a surtax. And this was one of the things that was used in negotiating this agreement. So if they produce something for both U.S. and Canada, if it exports, because it produces in the U.S. as well, if it exports to Canada, it's going to have to be surtaxed. Now, there is an enterprise in my riding which is active in 20 countries. Its headquarters is in Canada, and happily, I'm very proud of this. It's in my riding. And you know what they did to acknowledge the importance of this business? They call the industrial park in which it's found the Leclerc Industrial Park. And that's where their headquarters is. They prosper at home, and they prosper abroad, and we're happy with them. They make cookies, they sell them in Canada, and then they produce cookies also in the United States, export them to Canada. Do you know how much this represents, the surtax, which is still there today? Despite the fact that the government is boasting about its excellent negotiation tactics, it's going to cost them $1 million, Mr. Speaker. So this is quite extraordinary, Mr. Speaker. When I saw Donald Trump at his conference following the signing, he was quite triumphalist in his speech. He had won. He had conquered. But what did Canada win? We were barely doing damage control. You know, Mr. Speaker, in this agreement, which has been negotiated, but it's not quite finished because there are going to be surtaxes. They even said they were keeping a surtax on steel and aluminum, and this for reasons of national security. Why didn't we use the pretext of food security to say that we would not make concessions on supply management? The standards for dairy farmers, I'm not saying that the United States don't have a system, but we have higher standards in terms of food safety. When we produce milk and other products, now, the United States do respectable work in this area, but the rules aren't the same, the standards aren't the same. Now, across the border in the U.S., their standards are lower. And what this means, Mr. Speaker, is that production costs are lower. They can produce more. It costs them a lot less. So really, it's unfair competition. So why did the Liberal government negotiators not argue food safety and food security? Now, what Canada, the government of Canada has said to farmers, what they said was, we will protect supply management. But they protected nothing. Now, in other agreements, there was compensation. The Prime Minister yesterday went to meet with farmers, and he said, well, maybe that his international trade minister talked about total compensation, but now he's backing off from that. But what we've seen for 3 years now in the House of Commons, we have observed that the Liberal government is not in control. It carries out consultations, it says all kind of fine things, but the CPTPP was inspired by our government. The party that really serves the economy in Canada is the Conservative Party. So we have done good things in the past. We did a lot of fine things in the past, and Canadians whom I meet, and next week will be in our ridings, but my constituents keep saying, and it's music to my ears, they talk about how good the preceding government was, and this summer, after failure on the part of the Liberal government, Canadians are starting to notice the real nature of this government. Mr. Speaker, please allow me to give some advice. Now, I'm not an expert, but I do have sources. Someone wrote in Business Insider, Mr. Jeff Adam, he said, and it looks like you're saying I have a minute, but anyway, he's going to talk about what he says, how he says we should negotiate. You've got to remain calm. You've got to know what you want. Again, that's music to my ears. You have to foresee the best scenario. Give yourself leeway. Don't allow yourselves to be intimidated. There should be no. It should be win-win. But the Liberal government answers with its evaluation according to these trade tips would be 0. But as I said in my speech, we are going to support this agreement. It's important to open markets to create wealth and then have social programs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Mississauga Lakeshore. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech.
Took the occasion to restate one of the biggest myths in Canadian political thought today, and that myth is that Conservative governments, Mr. Speaker, are good for the economy. Under the former Prime Minister, the economy flatlined for 10 years, the worst economic record since the Great Depression. Mr. Speaker, there's a very simple explanation for that. The Canadian economy does well when we invest in Canadians. The Conservatives failed to invest in entrepreneurship and innovation. We made those investments. They failed to invest in science and technology, Mr. Speaker. We made those investments. And they failed to invest in defence and trade, and we made those investments. As a result today, Mr. Speaker, the Canadian economy is at the top of the G7. Mr. Speaker, does my colleague now understand why the Harper economy flatlined for 10 years?
Before the honourable member answers, I'd like to remind members that talking is fine, but when you're close to the microphone of the person speaking, it's much louder. So I would ask that you respect, that we respect one another. The honourable member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague, the member for Mississauga Lakeshore, for his question. He's saying he doesn't seem to know that we left the financial situation of Canada with a surplus. I'd like to remind my very kind colleague that Canada is the #1 country in the G7 to recover from the recession. But what about the Liberal deficits? Why are they spending so irresponsibly? What happens when interest rates go up? What happens when there's a recession? They have no space to allow themselves to invest in our society and to be able to counter an economic crisis, a recession. We delivered the goods, and we were the only party in the country who made economy this important. The honourable member for Jonquière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to get back to the portion of the speech made by my colleague on C-79. He boasted of the economic merits of the TPP. I'd like to know what he thinks of it. And at the present time, trade with Canada, well, it's less than with other signatory countries. Now, I'd like to know if this is really a sound economy, a sound economic principle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague, the honourable member for Jonquière. Now, obviously, we're going to have less trade with countries with whom we do not have an agreement than those with whom we do. Because in the second case, we are able to remove obstacles. So it's up to us to be creative, to seize opportunities and make sure that our economy can prosper in these regions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're now going to stop for questions. The honourable member will have 6 minutes and 6 seconds when we get back to this subject.
Ray loved his community and its history. He owned and operated several successful local businesses, including a health food store, Function Junction Junk Store, Canary Cafe, and Steveston Water Taxi. Ray came by his entrepreneurial spirit naturally. His grandfather opened the town's first barbershop back in 1945, and his father started a dry cleaning business, which also served as a local post office. Ray's son Brett now operates Village Bikes from the same building where his great-grandfather cut hair over 70 years ago. Ray was affectionately known as Mr. Steveston. Mr. Speaker, he will be missed.
The honourable member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Mr. Speaker, on Tuesday, Doug Monsma, after a lengthy battle with brain cancer, went home to be with his Heavenly Father. Doug was well known in the Edmonton area as a teacher at Edmonton Christian School, and he gave his energy and his passion to the cause of Christian education. Doug will be missed by his many family members, his friends, colleagues, and least of all by his former students. In fact, Doug was one of my teachers, and I will never forget his positive attitude and the kindness he showed to his students. He truly demonstrated the love of Jesus Christ. And when I remember Doug today, I am reminded of that verse from 2 Timothy. Doug, you have fought the good fight, you have finished the race, you have kept the faith. God bless you, Doug.
A member for Scarborough Rouge Park.
Mr. Speaker, I congratulate SAC, the South Asian Autism Awareness Center located in Scarborough, for its work in the past 10 years helping hundreds of young people on the autism spectrum and their families. 1 out of 66 children born in Canada are on the spectrum. However, services to support these children are inadequate. SAC started in the basement of its executive director, Geeta Murthy, and has developed into a state-of-the-art facility that is today. The new center came together due to her visionary leadership and the enormous support of retiring Toronto City Councillor Glenn de Beemerker. Last month, I was proud to join the Prime Minister to open this center. As we celebrate Autism Awareness Month and Thanksgiving this weekend, I just want to tell you how thankful I am to have SAC in our community, for all its volunteers, its staff, champions, and a group of incredible parents who advocate and support their children. To the young people who are served by SAC, I want to affirm that we will continue to support you to reach your full potential. Thank you for inspiring us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Esquimalt Saanich Sooke.
Mr. Speaker, people in Esquimalt Saanich Sooke are astounded that this government intends to ram through the Trans Mountain Pipeline at all costs, a pipeline that Kinder Morgan shareholders didn't even want and that Vancouver Islanders certainly do not want. Thousands in my community have written letters, attended rallies, signed petitions, and made their opposition to this pipeline clear. Just like them, I continue to stand resolutely against increased tanker traffic and the inevitable spills that threaten the southern resident killer whales and our coastal environment and economy. After being rebuffed by the courts, this government is claiming to restart its consultations with First Nations. How can the Prime Minister promise meaningful consultations when he's already stated repeatedly that he's determined to see this pipeline built? Starting from the position that the pipeline is already a done deal isn't consultation, it's railroading, and both First Nations and my constituents see right through it. Mr. Speaker, it's high time that the Prime Minister cancels the Trans Mountain Pipeline project, engages in genuine consultations with First Nations, and takes urgent action to meet the growing challenges of climate change.
Honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today is World Teachers' Day. I want to call attention to their excellent work. They have a positive influence on our children, and they dedicate their lives to preparing the next generation. I find them admirable. Many qualities are needed to be able to excel in this field, which is now more and more demanding. They need patience, the ability to listen, intelligence, a sense of humor, perseverance, and I could go on, because it's absolutely necessary to show what perseverance looks like to our children. I had the opportunity to have a mother who was a teacher, always present in my life to encourage me to give the best of myself. She still tells me that if something is worth doing, it is worth doing well. My mother passed on her passion for teaching to my oldest daughter, and I'm so proud of her. In my family, I have aunts and cousins and a friend who teach. Never forget, dear friends, that you are important role models for our children. Congratulations to your commitment towards our next generation. I congratulate you from the bottom of my heart, and I wish you a great Thanksgiving. Thank you.
For North Okanagan, Shuswap.
Mr. Speaker, as we approach municipal and regional elections in the North Okanagan Shuswap this month, there will be one name missing from the ballot in Vernon. Through 3 elections and 10 years, the name Bob Spears was a popular choice of voters in Vernon. I had the pleasure of working with Mr. Spears on a couple of issues that we took on in the interest of our mutual constituents. One was the recognition of RCMP auxiliary members. The other one was the elimination of the GST on carbon tax.
His dedication to the issues that make a difference to his constituents is something all elected representatives aspire to. As we head into this Thanksgiving weekend, I would like to pay special tribute to Mr. Spears, who passed away shortly after attending a Vernon Council meeting last summer, and to give thanks to all who put their names on the ballot and do a commendable job of representing their communities. Thank you, and happy Thanksgiving to all.
L'honorable député de La Prairie.
Mr. Speaker, September 21st was the 50th anniversary of the secondary school in La Prairie. This school, which was founded in 1978, saw many generations of children and many teachers. We visited the school and saw the inauguration of the new athletic field and saw a match of their team. You know, Mr. Speaker, going to school is a place where we learn different subjects, but we also learn about everything. My brothers and I attended this school a long time ago, and I have excellent memories of it. I remember the cafeteria where we played Quebec, popular tunes in Quebec at the time. We created friendships that lasted our whole lives. Students today don't listen to the same tunes today, but like my brothers and I, they'll keep a happy memory, irreplaceable memories of their time in La Magdalene's school. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges. Mr. Speaker, small business owners are the innovators and entrepreneurs of our communities. In Vaudreuil-Soulanges, there's small, innovative businesses like Cubics in Vaudreuil-Dorion, which works on creating events of all sizes and scales, or Au Croissant 21 in Rigaud, which hires people that have different handicaps. In the Jericho Farm, they're investing in innovative solutions in the dairy sector.
Small business, Mr. Speaker, like Jessica Menard at Cozy Cafe in Hudson and Carol Choquette of Moto CGC in St. Lazare. They are starting a journey that many have been on for decades, like the Quinn family of Quinn Farm in Notre-Dame-de-l'Perrot, founded in 1982, and Arnando Vincenzi in Hudson, who has run his own tailor shop for over 40 years, Mr. Speaker. It is a business owners like these and thousands more in Vaudreuil-Soulanges whose commitment and passion to our economy and our communities move them forward. And on behalf of this entire House, Mr. Speaker, I thank them.
The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Mr. Speaker, there's a major labour shortage problem in our regions. In Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier, we mobilized to find a solution for our businesses to remain competitive. That solution is to form a co-op of foreign workers. I've made several arguments to the offices of the Ministers of Immigration and Labour. A technicality is preventing us from going forward, and I received a refusal from the Minister of Labour. I asked for a meeting to be able to clearly explain our request because in the response, the reasons for refusal are not valid. And I want to be able to explain what we're doing and to show that we can obey all the rules and remain compliant. As parliamentarians, it's up to us to encourage the mobilization and independence of our wealth-creating businesses. These leaders are not asking for a subsidy or financial assistance. They only want to continue to develop their businesses, get people working in the regions, and create wealth. This Liberal government, instead of putting a spanner in the works of small and medium businesses, should encourage and support this type of initiative, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
For Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, flu season has arrived. While most people recover in a few days, influenza causes more than 12,000 hospitalizations in Canada every year, and some groups are at a significant risk for influenza-related complications. Groups that are at high risk include pregnant women, persons with serious health conditions, those 65 years and older, and children below the age of 5. If you do get sick, remember to stay at home, get lots of rest, and avoid contact with other people, except to get medical care. Right now, an annual flu shot is the most effective way to help prevent the flu. That is why my constituency office will be hosting our 3rd annual flu shot clinic on November 2nd. I encourage everyone in our community to come down to my office and receive their annual flu shot. It only takes a few minutes, and it can help save you several days lying in bed. And Mr. Speaker, I've been asked every time I have hosted our flu clinic, no, I will not be the one administering the shots. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is with great pleasure that I'm speaking in the House today about a young innovator from my riding of Sudbury. Brandon Matouche, a grade 11 student from Llewellyn Park Secondary School, won the top prize at the 2018 Canada-wide Science Fair and the 2018 European Science Fair for young scientists, where 135 young scientists from all over the world were competing. Brandon's project is titled The Development of Autonomous Vehicle Using Machine Learning. Not only did he win the Best Project Award at this Canada Science Fair, Matouche won a gold medal, the Platinum Award for Best Intermediate Project, the Excellence Award in the Intermediate category, the Challenge Award Innovation in the Intermediate category, and the Youth Can Innovative Award. Brandon, not only you made Sudbury proud, but you made the entire country proud. You're an inspiration to us all, young innovators and all the scientists. Keep up the great work.
The honourable member for Calgary Heritage.
Mr. Speaker, resistance is growing to the Prime Minister's plan to risk our economy by having a federal carbon tax. Manitoba is the latest province to say it will no longer tolerate the Liberals' intrusion into its policymaking and will focus on its Made in Manitoba climate and green plan instead. Ontario Premier Doug Ford is in Calgary today for a Scrap the Carbon Tax rally. He's been leading the charge against the tax by outing it as the absolute worst tax for Canadian families, businesses, and the economy, and one that does nothing for the environment. That message resonates in Alberta, where Jason Kenney will repeal the tax when he becomes Premier. Mr. Speaker, consensus is building across Canada for what Conservatives have said all along, that the Liberal carbon tax is nothing more than a cash grab to finance the Prime Minister's out-of-control spending, and that the Liberals must come clean on its real cost. Thank you.
The honourable member for Sydney, Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Millville, Cape Breton is a great place to raise a family and to grow crops. Through my life, my wife Pam and I had the great honour to farm in Millville with the late Joe King, his wife Catherine, and their son Joey. This Thanksgiving weekend will be the annual Joe King Memorial Giant Pumpkin Festival, named in his honour and hosted by the Millville Community Centre. Growers from across Cape Breton will bring their largest pumpkins to compete for this crown. There will be lots of entertainment for everyone. The Community Centre and Ladies Auxiliary will have activities for children along with crafts and great food for all. Mr. Speaker, as we start our Thanksgiving weekend, we appreciate not only farmers of Cape Breton and those across the country for the food they produce, we also thank those who prepare the food for us. Let's thank the volunteers and donors who help our food banks and give those less fortunate than us something to eat. So on behalf of my colleagues in this House, I wish all across this country, our wonderful country, happy Thanksgiving.
The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. I'd like to seize the opportunity to highlight the 40th edition of the Buckwheat Pancake Festival in Louisville from September 28th to October 7th. Over 200,000 people are expected to attend the festival, and they'll be able to enjoy musical performances, children's shows, and, of course, pancakes and the famous traditional pancake. This year, there's many new and interesting attractions, including a demolition derby, a family pavilion, and a guided visit to the buckwheat flour mill and Ricard Gardens. There are new creations, including bread made from potato flour and buckwheat flour. I would like to say bravo to the president of the festival, André Auger, and the honorary president, Jean-Pierre Gélina, for their dedication to the festival. A special thank you to the volunteers that have made the 40th edition of the festival an amazing success. Congratulations to the Miller Queen and Miss Personality for 2017-2018, Melissa La Douceur, and good luck to all of the other contestants this year. Long live the festival. I invite all of you to come to Louisville. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Calgary, Midnapore.
Mr. Speaker, I am honored to stand today and congratulate the most recent recipient of the Nobel Peace Prize, Nadia Murad. Captured by Islamic State militants at 21, Nadia was forced to endure 3 months as a sex slave. The militants killed anyone who refused to convert to Islam, including her mother and 6 of her brothers. She was bought and sold several times regularly and abused during her captivity. Being raped became part of a normal day for her. Incredibly, Nadia escaped, and this remarkable, strong, and resilient young woman chose to fight on behalf of the Yazidi people and the thousands of women still suffering at the hands of the Islamic State. She was awarded the Václav Havel Human Rights Prize by the Council of Europe in 2016, the Sakharov Prize for Freedom of Thought by the European Parliament, and was named the first UN Goodwill Ambassador for survivors of human trafficking. So it is only fitting that she won the Nobel Peace Prize and is the first Iraqi to do so. We commend her courage and her will to use her personal tragedy for the benefit of others.
L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Louis Hébert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I want to pay tribute to an incredible man from my riding, Frédéric Tremblay. Struggling with obsessive-compulsive disorder, he faced with courage and resilience the long winter of his life. He came out of it with serenity and light in his eyes. Today, and for many years, Mr. Speaker, Frédéric has shared his story to remind everyone that help is available and that there's always hope. This year, Frédéric was named one of the Faces of Mental Illness 2018 by the Canadian Alliance on Mental Illness.
Frédéric has been sharing his journey of living in recovery and also serves as volunteer president of the Fondation Québécoise pour le trouble obsessionnel compulsif. In his role, Frédéric seeks to help people living with OCD cope with the disorder and lead a fulfilling life. Je veux remercier Frédéric pour son courage.
Thank you, Frédéric, for your courage. It's an inspiration for me and for so many others in our community.
Oral questions, question orale, the Honourable Member for Carleton.
One of the good things about having a drama teacher as Prime Minister is that it's very entertaining. Our Prime Minister has been acting like he's standing up to Donald Trump, when in reality, he's just backed down. He backed down to Donald Trump and agreed to impose higher drug prices on Canadian seniors for higher profits for American drug companies. He backed down to Donald Trump giving the U.S. President a veto over Canadian trade deals with other foreign countries. He backed down to Donald Trump and imposed Canadian export controls on our dairy products. When will he stop backing down and start standing up for this country?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, the government got a good deal. And let me explain something. The Conservative post-battle courage is ironic, given that last year Stephen Harper and the Conservatives were imploring us to capitulate and accept any deal at any price. Let me quote, Mr. Speaker. Harper's memo said, "It does not matter whether current American proposals are worse than what we have now." Who said that? Mr. Harper did. Over and over, the Conservatives urged us to take Harper's advice. That was not our approach, Mr. Speaker, and we got a good deal.
The Honourable Member for Carleton.
In that very memo, Stephen Harper predicted that this government would capitulate. And it turns out Stephen Harper was absolutely right about that. They capitulated and imposed higher drug prices on Canadian seniors so that Donald Trump's corporations could make higher profits. They capitulated, giving Trump a veto power over Canadian trade deals with other countries. They capitulated and imposed Canadian penalties on Canadian dairy products being exported abroad. And meanwhile, they did not get any relief for the U.S. protectionism on Canadian products. When will they finally stop backing down to Donald Trump?
Well, Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, we got a good deal, unlike their recommendations in times gone by. This deal improves on the initial NAFTA in the following ways. We removed the investor-state dispute system that allowed companies to sue Canada for hundreds of millions of dollars. We got rid of the energy ratchet clause, which restricted the Canadian government from access to our energy resources, and this is good news for our oil patch workers. The new auto rules of origins are great news for Canadian workers. We also have much stronger labour and environmental chapters, and we protected Chapter 19. This is a good deal, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Carleton.
Well, getting rid of the investor-state provision was actually a demand of Donald Trump. The Liberals actually support investor-state protections. They put them in CPTPP and in CETA. So to now take credit for for a capitulation that they did in favor of Trump is laughable. And as for this ratchet clause, they were trying to flip through the deal to find something they had won on. It turns out this ratchet clause has never been used in 30 years, just to show how irrelevant this so-called victory was. They got nothing on steel tariffs, nothing on softwood tariffs, nothing on Buy America. Why did they get so little?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, let me continue with the list of the successes in the renegotiated NAFTA. This agreement is a massive step forward for progressive trade. We, for example, have the strongest labour chapter of any trade agreement that Canada is party to. In fact, the enforceable provisions that protect women's rights, minority rights, Indigenous rights, environmental protections are the strongest in any Canadian trade agreement to date. As National Chief Perry Bellegarde of the Assembly of First Nations recently said, The provisions addressing Indigenous peoples in the USMCA make it the most inclusive international trade agreement for Indigenous peoples to date. Mr. Speaker, this is a good deal.
The honourable member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Mr. Speaker, this government says it negotiated a good deal. They're rejoicing over the USMCA. To my mind, the definition of negotiation is giving in exchange for something. They gave access to our dairy market. They capitulated to the U.S. by allowing tariffs to stand on steel, aluminum, and softwood lumber. They accepted higher costs for pharmaceutical drugs. They capped the auto industry. And on top of that, Mr. Speaker, now we'll have to ask President Trump's permission if we want to negotiate trade deals with other countries. They call that a good deal? Well, where are the gains, Mr. Speaker? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Speaker, this is a good deal for Canada. The most important thing is that Canada preserved its access to the American market, and we dropped the investor-state dispute mechanism that allowed for challenges against this government for hundreds of millions of dollars. We also now have control over the access to our resources. New rules will protect our workers in the automobile sector, and we have solid chapters on labor and the environment. And we have protected Chapter 19. The honourable member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Mr. Speaker, how can this government celebrate over the deal with the United States, Mexico, and then last on the list, Canada? The negotiations aren't over because now we have these overtaxed products by Canada in order to put pressure on negotiations with the United States, and they still stand. For example, in Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier, Biscuit Leclerc, a cookie company, has plants in Canada and in the United States, but we're going to have to pay tariffs to import our own products into our own country. When will the government withdraw those tariffs so that Canadian consumers can pay less for their products? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, it's interesting to see this post-battle courage on the part of the Conservatives. As we know, last year, Stephen Harper and the Conservatives implored us to capitulate and accept any deal at any price. Now, thanks to our patience and to our negotiating skills, we have obtained a good deal for Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member for Berthier-Maskinongi. Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Prime Minister met with dairy producers from Canada and Quebec to update them on the breaches granted under the United States-Mexico-Canada Agreement. He acknowledged that dairy producers will suffer a little, but the reality, Mr. Speaker, is that our producers are going to suffer a lot. They'll be losing a month's worth of wages. That is a staggering amount, and it is absolutely unacceptable. My question is simple. How can the Liberal government pay so little attention to the Quebec dairy sector? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, we know that our dairy producers produce high-quality products at a reasonable price and support the prosperity of our regions. Now, we understand that there will be repercussions for our producers, and we are committed to compensating them fairly and appropriately. We will be creating a working group with dairy producers and the industry in order to help them move forward. The Minister, the Prime Minister, and myself have met many dairy producers over the course of the past week. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Maskinongi. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals are not listening to agricultural producers. Family farms are in danger. The next generation of producers is worried, and all this because the Liberals have opened up once again another breach in supply management. The system was already weakened by concessions made under CETA, and the Liberals have once again used our agricultural producers as bargaining chips. When the Liberals abandon supply management, they are letting down all middle-class families and the next generation. Do they realize this? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, we have stood up for supply management, and we have stood up against aggressive attempts on the part of the United States to dismantle it. Access to our market is similar to the access negotiated by the Conservatives under the TPP. We are the party that established supply management, and we are the government that are going to stand up for it, and that's exactly what we did. We are committed to fairly and appropriately compensating our producers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the Trans Mountain Pipeline fiasco, Liberals keep repeating the words meaningful consultation, but clearly have no idea what it actually means. Because how can it be meaningful when the Prime Minister slams his fist on the table again and again, saying this pipeline must be built? And how can it be meaningful when the Liberals bought the 65-year-old pipeline, essentially making themselves both judge and jury? They say the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. So my only question to the Liberals is, how long is it going to be until the Liberals simply dump their failed strategy and actually begin to respect Indigenous rights and title?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, on Indigenous consultations, we have a clear path forward provided by us for the Federal Court of Appeal. That includes 3 concrete steps. First, we will not appeal the court's decision. Second, we will re-engage Phase 3 consultations with all Indigenous groups impacted and ensure that Indigenous voices are at the table so we can have a meaningful dialogue. It means a two-way dialogue. We will not only listen, we will exchange, and we will seek to accommodate where possible. Third, Mr. Speaker, we have appointed the Honourable Frank Yakabuchi as federal advisor to oversee the consultation process. We believe it's worth taking the time to get it right together.
The Honourable Member for Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Speaker, last week I had the honour to attend the memorial for Chief Wataget, Henry Alford, in northern British Columbia. He was the last living Wet'suwet'en chief who argued the Delgamuukw case all the way to the Supreme Court of Canada, where he stood on the stand hour after hour while government lawyers tried to break down his understanding and knowledge of his territory, and he won. He won, establishing rights and title and the ability of Indigenous peoples to stand up in this country for those sacred rights. So my question to the Liberals is, how exactly are they honouring Chief Wataget's memory and all the Indigenous communities and leaders who have fought for that principle generation after generation?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, for far too long, Indigenous people have fought to have their rights recognized and implemented. As a government, we are committed to doing things differently. While we set a high bar to begin with for TMX consultations, we understand that we can and must do better. That is why we will not appeal the court's decision. We share the court's view on moving forward by engaging in meaningful and focused consultation with Indigenous groups, and that is exactly what we intend to do.
Member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the government said Chapter 32, which requires us to get Washington's permission to negotiate free trade with certain countries, wasn't a big deal because, quote, any party to NAFTA is allowed to leave within 6 months' notice, end quote. That's ridiculous. The government knows full well that Canada is not going to quit a trade deal that 1 in 5 Canadian jobs depends on. So, effectively, the government has given up our independence in setting trade policy for Asia-Pacific. Yes, the government got a deal, but at what cost?
The Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Speaker, I'm trying to understand the Conservative position on China. On Monday, it tells us that we're way too close. On Tuesday, they say we're not close enough. But we probably can agree on one thing, that a $40 billion investment that will send clean Canadian LNG to Asia is good for us, it's good for the planet, and we don't have to ask anybody for permission.
Bravo.
Before the next round of questions, I just want to remind the honourable members that I'm trying to hear the questions and the answers, and with the chatter going on, it's nice to see everybody getting... I'm sorry? Oh, did you? Sorry, I thought you had a point of order. Sorry, the honourable member for Carleton. I just want to remind everyone that there's questions taking place, and if you don't mind, let the person ask the question so we can hear it, and the person answer it so we can hear it. The honourable member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, this isn't about any one party's position on free trade with China. It's about our sovereignty to negotiate those kinds of deals. They also sold us out on our exchange rate policy, on our central bank policy. As Greece has found out, if you don't control your central bank, you don't have a sovereign state. If Washington doesn't like our exchange rate, Chapter 33 forces us into consultations to arrive at a mutually acceptable solution. The Liberals were so desperate to get a deal, any deal, they sold Canada out on our central bank policy. Again, yes, they got a deal, but at what price?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Canada gave up none of its sovereignty in this deal. We have the capacity to enter into agreements with any country in the world when we believe that is in Canada's interest. And by the way, Mr. Speaker, These provisions apply to all three countries who are party to the negotiation. It's very hard to predict what one country or another may feel 2, 6, or 8 years from now, but one thing we know for sure, Canada is free to enter into negotiations with any country that it chooses.
The honourable member for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin.
Mr. Speaker, with Manitoba coming out strongly against the Liberal government's carbon tax this week, the Prime Minister's signature initiative now has the support of just 2 provincial governments. I asked the Environment Minister a clear question yesterday, and today I'm hoping for an actual answer. There seems to be a clear consensus among experts on all sides of the issue that the government will not come close to meeting its international climate change commitments. Can the Minister confirm that the government is in fact not on track to meet its Paris Agreement targets?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, the government was elected on a commitment to grow the economy and protect the environment at the same time. We are moving forward with a plan to protect the environment that includes a price on pollution, and it's disappointing that Manitoba won't take threats posed to the environment seriously. With respect to the question on the Paris Agreement, we are confident that we can reach the Paris Agreement without question. We're moving forward with plans that include not just a price on pollution, but investments in public transit, investments in clean technology, and an oceans protection plan as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's interesting that the Parliamentary Secretary answers a question that the Minister refused to answer yesterday. So given that support for the carbon tax, which forms the backbone of the Liberals' climate plan, is literally disintegrating around us, and given that even in the best-case scenario there are huge gaps between emissions projections and the Paris targets, how many billions of Canadian taxpayer dollars is the government projecting will have to be spent on overseas carbon credits in order to make up for the Liberals' climate plan shortfalls?
The Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, the question grossly mischaracterized what's happening across Canada. The plan that we put in place specifically invites the provinces and territories to come up with a plan, and when they fail to take steps responsibly that will actually meet the targets that we've set across Canada, we will implement a federal backstop to ensure that Canadians, no matter which province they live in, benefit from a healthy environment. Mr. Speaker, the great thing about our plan is that it's simple. It puts a price on pollution. It's going to make life more affordable for Canadians and more expensive for polluters.
The honourable member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, the carbon tax is substantially increasing Canadians' cost of living expenses. Everything we buy is more expensive now to make and ship. Fortunately, several provinces are rejecting this unfair tax, especially for low-income families. Mr. Speaker, we know full well that the purpose of this tax is to pay down our staggering debt. Rather than lead Canadians to believe they will be getting the money, will the government commit to immediately withdrawing this tax and leaving the money in the pockets of Canadian families?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, once again, the honourable member completely mischaracterized what's going on. And if you don't believe me, I invite him to read the report of Mark Cameron. Even Stephen Harper's former Director of Policy has indicated that this government's plan is going to put more money in the pockets of Canadian families and at the same time lead to a reduction in emissions. It is disappointing in the extreme that the honourable member will take money from his constituents to make pollution free again.
The honourable member for Saskatoon-Grasswood.
Mr. Speaker, I want to remind everyone it was Saskatchewan that was the first province to stand up to this Liberal government and oppose what Premier Moon calls the destruction made in Ottawa carbon tax. Now, Saskatchewan's joined by Ontario, PEI, Manitoba, Alberta, and there will be more. In Saskatoon yesterday, the Premiers, Moe and Ford, met, declared a strong united front against this worst tax ever. Canadians can't afford another Liberal tax. When will the Liberals respect the provinces and end this carbon tax?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
With respect, Mr. Speaker, we now know that the Conservatives have no plan. Their leader has no plan. They won't even commit to meeting the Paris targets. Mr. Speaker, this is because Conservatives are focused on...
The honourable member for Saskatoon-Grasswood asked a very good question, and I'm waiting for the answer, and I'm sure he is too. So I'd ask the honourable members to maybe not chatter as much so that we can hear that answer. The honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
As I was saying, Mr. Speaker, it seems that the Conservatives only plan to tackle climate change is to keep pollution free again. And when they are scratching out some make-believe plan on the back of a napkin, we are actually moving forward with measures that will reduce emissions and keep life more affordable for Canadians. We are investing in public transit, we're investing in clean technology, we're putting a price on pollution, and this is what Canadians deserve.
The honourable member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, Trying to get a seat on the UN Security Council is admirable, but the government's strategy does not make any sense. Canada is looked down upon by OECD countries when it comes to development assistance. The Liberals aren't doing enough to tackle climate change, nor to promote peace in the world, including in the Middle East. Our allies are disappointed in us, and Canada's reputation, unfortunately, is not getting any better. Do the Liberals realize that it is not enough to say that Canada is back? We have to act. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our accomplishments are many. We have worked with North Korea. We have met in Vancouver with 20 other countries. In Venezuela, we are a very important member when it comes to promoting peace. Canada is a part of missions in Mali, for example. We have done superb work in Myanmar. We have responded to the crisis by providing more than $300 million, and there are many other examples to make sure. Honourable Member for Jonquière. Mr. Speaker, during the renewed NAFTA negotiations, Canada caved to Donald Trump's demand to extend copyright from life plus 50 years to life plus 70 years. A Saguenay citizen, Mr. Jean-Marie Tremblay, created a collection of more than 7,000 works over the past 25 years. This change now will have made a major impact on essential works for students. Is the government aware that by letting Donald Trump rewrite our laws, our education system is the one that will pay the price?
The Honourable Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, we've been very clear when it comes to copyright, intellectual property, that we have a very comprehensive plan. That's why we introduced the Innovation and Skills Plan. And part of that plan is an $85.3 million commitment to the first national IP strategy. And the objective of this strategy is to make sure that we help people generate more IP, that they get more IP benefits. And with regards to copyright as well, Mr. Speaker, this is going to help artists, this is going to help creators, this is going to help the industry grow, and this is good for Canada, and this is good for our economy.
Honourable Member for Haliburton Kawartha Lakes Brock.
Mr. Speaker, every day the Liberals fail to get our oil to new markets. It costs Canadians $50 million in lost revenue because of deep discounts to our American consumer. Continued delays on the Trans Mountain expansion means Canadian jobs are at stake. The Liberals must immediately appeal the federal court decision and request a leave so construction can continue. Speaker, why don't the Liberals recognize they can consult and appeal at the same time, or are they just purposely stalling this project?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's interesting to hear in the House today we have the NDP that are saying that we should not even engage with First Nations. Basically, we should abandon the project. Now we're hearing the Conservatives saying we're not going fast enough and disregard the courts completely. You know what? We will take no lessons from the Conservatives who cut corners at every turn. They disregarded environmental concerns, and they also think that consulting with Indigenous peoples is a suggestion, not a constitutional obligation. You know what? They did not build a single kilometre of pipeline to overseas markets. The Leader of the Opposition is doubling down. It's déjà vu all over again. It's clear that the Conservatives have learned nothing from their decade of failure on major projects.
Excellent. Honourable Member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Mr. Speaker, if the Prime Minister were serious about ensuring Trans Mountain moves ahead, he would be doing everything possible to make it happen. He should have begun consultations and appealed the court decision immediately. Why is this Prime Minister incapable of consulting and appealing at the same time?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Actually, Mr. Speaker, the message that was sent to the Indigenous community is that we want to consult, and that we don't want to consult, and basically we don't want to see the pipeline move forward. At the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, we will take no lessons from the Conservatives who have no credibility on this file. Disregarding Indigenous consultations, disregarding the environment, we will take the time to get this right, meaningfully engage with First Nations along the corridor of the project to make sure that we get this right.
The Honourable Member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
The Liberals' so-called plan to get Trans Mountain built won't get shovels in the ground for years. The Minister of Natural Resources came to my riding this summer and turned some sod. And that photo op is the extent of their progress on this file. The project was the most highly consulted in Canadian history, but the Liberals are starting from scratch. Their plan failed. When will the Liberals start using all the tools at their disposal and get this pipeline built?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, let me be very clear, we are not starting over. There has been already a lot of work that has been done. We are building on the relationships that we have, the information that has been gathered, and the consultations done to date. We know, though, that we'll take more time to meaningfully engage with the First Nations, meaningfully dialogue on a nation-to-nation basis to make sure that we get this right. We are respecting the Federal Court of Appeals judgment, and we intend to make sure that we have specific and focused dialogue with the First Nations along the project corridor. Merci.
The Honourable Member for Banff Airdrie.
Mr. Speaker, we know the Prime Minister and his Ottawa Liberals couldn't care less about Alberta or about Albertans. While Albertans are struggling to find work and people are losing their jobs, their homes, and their businesses, the Liberals continue to sit on their hands and do absolutely nothing. They bungled the Trans Mountain expansion that would have created thousands of good-paying jobs. Due to Liberal incompetence, our oil and gas workers are left with nothing. Why have the Liberals so failed Albertans?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Quite the opposite, Mr. Speaker. We are supporting the workers all across Canada to make sure that major projects get the license that it needs to make forward, but we need to do so in the right way and respect the courts, respect Indigenous communities, and respect the environment, something that is completely foreign to the Conservatives. We will take no lessons from them. Merci, Mr. President.
The Honourable Member for Esquimalt, Saanich Sooke.
Mr. Speaker, on average, more than one member of the Canadian Forces dies by suicide each month. Unfortunately, serving members often struggle to get the help they need, with one barrier being that self-harm is still a disciplinary offence under the Military Code of Conduct. This policy is archaic and does nothing but keep men and women serving our country who face mental health challenges from seeking help. Will the Minister support the NDP amendment to Bill C-77 to remove self-harm as a disciplinary offence and help serving members get the help they need and deserve?
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire au ministre de la Défense nationale.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, et je remercie mon collègue pour...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question and his excellent work on committee. We do believe in the right of victims in the military justice system. We have added to the disciplinary code victims' rights, and that we guarantee victims' rights and give the victims services to help them navigate the judicial system. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Nearly 2 years ago, the Defence Committee unanimously recommended that service records of those kicked out of the military for being lesbian, gay, bisexual, or transgender be revised to honourable discharges. Nothing happened. Nearly a year ago, the Liberal government issued a formal apology to those women and men. Nothing happened. When will the Minister of Defence put in place a process to revise the service records of these former members of the Canadian Forces who are still waiting for their honourable service to be acknowledged?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, as you know, with our new defence policies, we've put men and women ahead of everything else. We want our men and women to be able to have the capacity and what they need, the gear, and we want them to have what they need, and we're continuing to do this, and we'll continue for years to come.
Aurora.
Mr. Speaker, in my riding of Newmarket Aurora, like all of us, there are a number of successful women entrepreneurs. However, we know that women entrepreneurs face unique barriers and challenges. Fewer than 16% of SMEs are majority women-owned in Canada. Only 8.4% of women-owned businesses export compared to almost 13% of men-owned. Women-owned businesses have a much more difficult time accessing capital. Could the Minister of Small Business and Export Promotion update this House on what she is doing to help support women entrepreneurs and to build a more inclusive and strong economy?
Honourable Minister of Small Business.
Honourable Member for that question. The full and equal participation of women in the economy is essential to Canada's competitiveness. That's why last week I announced the Women Entrepreneurship Ecosystem Fund. It's up to $85 million fund that will strengthen and help women entrepreneurs succeed. This program will close gaps. It will make it easier for people to find the mentorship that they need. It will help organizations better respond to the needs of women entrepreneurs and produce the kinds of initiatives that they've been asking for. According to the McKinsey Institute, addressing women's empowerment, has the potential of adding $150 billion to the Canadian economy.
L'honorable député de
The honourable member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord.
Vas-y.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, dairy producers in my region are very worried about the effect of the USMCA on them. They have not only opened the market to American products under Class 7, but they've also capped Canadian exports. And like with the TPP showed, we cannot trust the government to provide just compensation. When will the government finally respect dairy producers, and when will we have all the details on compensation? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, we have defended our supply management system, and the Americans' aggressive attempts to dismantle it were fended off. Now, we are the party which implemented the supply management system, and we are the government that will defend it, and that's exactly what we did. We are committed to compensate dairy producers efficiently and fairly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yorkton Melville.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday Global News reported that Veterans Affairs has absolutely no idea how many family members receive benefits. Canadians are already appalled that this minister refuses to end funding for the murder of Officer Catherine Campbell. Can the minister assure Canadians that no other murderers like Chris Garnier are receiving benefits that are intended for veterans?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The priority is to provide veterans and their families the support they need. The 129,000 veterans are provided with services, those who have been wounded. Last year, 1,400 veterans got benefits for themselves and their families and money to help them recuperate and make a transition in their careers. And hiring new people will help provide veterans with better services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this week, Veteran Affairs confirmed that they had no idea what the services were provided for veterans' families and the number of people that are using them. It's the Liberals' responsibility to track those numbers and ensure those receiving services are deserving of them. Unlike Chris Garnier, who still is receiving taxpayer-funded therapy for PTSD caused by the murder of Officer Christine Campbell. Can the minister assure us that there are no other inmates receiving benefits intended for veterans? Can you answer the question, please?
I'm sure the honourable member doesn't want me to answer the question. I'll just defer to the honourable Parliamentary Secretary. L'honorable Secrétaire parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I said earlier, in my first answer, we have figures, and they're simple. 1,400 veterans got services last year. We're going to continue our priority to provide veterans and their families with benefits. 1,400 veterans got services, and even more got help with illness. So we want services for veterans and their families. We want to work with case managers, and we will continue to do so.
Here, Mr. Speaker, we're not talking about benefits for veterans and their families. We're talking about benefits for the adult children of veterans. And veterans who are injured serving Canada have to pay for the counseling of their adult children because of the effects those injuries have on them. Chris Garnier is an adult child of a veteran, yet he's in prison for murder and receiving benefits. Now the minister says he has no idea how many family members of veterans are receiving benefits from his department. Can the minister assure us that no other adult children or prison inmates are receiving benefits that are intended for veterans?
L'honorable Secrétaire parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I said earlier, My colleague across the way says we have no figures, but we do. Almost 1,400 veterans have got these services through different agencies. We are working unstintedly to provide veterans and their families with the care they need. And contrary to the Conservatives, we believe that when a veteran serves, the family also serves. The veteran remains at the very heart of what we do. Anything that concerns services to members will be there for them. And we have done this for almost 1,400 veterans. It seems that the members across the way are saying it's a bad thing.
Mr. Speaker, this year the Liberals have cut funding for HIV and AIDS treatments in northern Saskatchewan, despite the record high cases in the province. Nurses and health professionals have called on this government to take urgent action. After meeting with Elton John, the Prime Minister said he is committed to creating an AIDS-free future. Now that he heard from health professionals and from a Grammy winner, will the Prime Minister restore funding immediately to Saskatchewan HIV/AIDS organizations? Yes or no?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our government is deeply committed to addressing HIV and AIDS in Canada, and we are proud that we have increased spending in this area following the cuts by the Harper government. This year, our government is investing $87 million across country to tackle HIV and other sexually transmitted blood-borne diseases in Canada. We are also providing funding of $30 million under the new Harm Reduction Fund to prevent and control HIV and hepatitis C among people who share drug equipment. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Seniors seems to prefer avoiding questions about pension protection for Canadian workers and retirees. Hard-working Canadians deserve answers from this government. When the minister was appointed, her mandate clearly stated she was to conduct meetings and to protect workers' pensions. Canadian workers have heard nothing since. Mr. Speaker, why is she refusing to listen to Canadian workers and retirees? And will this minister take action on changing Canada's bankruptcy and insolvency laws? Yes?
The Honourable Minister of Seniors.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take this opportunity on World Teachers' Day to acknowledge the contributions of our teachers and thank them. We know that their efforts go well beyond the classroom. Mr. Speaker, in response to the member's question, we as a government take pension security very seriously. This is why we increased the CPP, something that hasn't been done in 20 years. Further, with respect to his question, we know, Mr. Speaker, this is a decades-old problem, and our government is committed to getting the right solution, which is why in our 2018 budget we've committed to consulting with stakeholders, and in my mandate letter it's also a commitment we've made. Mr. Speaker, we're not looking for any solution, we're looking for the right—
Honourable Member for Niagara Falls.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday we found out that the Russian military has engaged in a number of serious cyber attacks. Not surprisingly, the World Doping Agency and the Organization for the Prohibition of Chemical Weapons were targeted. Now, these attacks were designed by the Russians to disrupt investigation into Russia's numerous violations of international law, in particular the nerve attack in the United Kingdom. So I'd like to ask the Minister of Foreign Affairs, what specific action is she going to take in response to these Russian attacks on Canada, and will she introduce new sanctions and expel members of the Russian diplomatic corps from Canada?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my honourable colleague for his question. Yesterday, we joined our allies in exposing malicious cyber operations by the Russian military, specifically the GRU. These acts form part of a broader pattern of activities by the Russian government that flout international norms, demonstrated disregard for international law, and undermine the rules-based international order. We call on all those who value this order to come together in its defense. Our position towards Russia remains clear and strong. We will always stand up to these cyber threats, and we will never let Russia threaten Canadian stability or security. Thank you, Mr.
The Honourable Member for Medicine Hat, Carson Warner.
Mr. Speaker, one of the only Canadian firearms manufacturers has stalled production pending confirmation of the firearms marking regulation set to come into force December 1st. 25,000 people are employed by 4,500 firearms businesses in Canada, and they just want to get on with their business. Will the minister advise when they will announce another 11th hour deferral, or if this poorly drafted regulation will come into force on December 1st? Distributors, dealers, and manufacturers need some clarity so they can get on with their business.
Right on. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for his questions.
We share Canadians' serious concerns about gun violence and will be working hard to address the problem. We have a very comprehensive review being done by Minister Blair at the present time, and we will enhance background checks. We will be removing the 5-year limitation, allowing any history of violence, including mental illness associated with violence, to be considered when someone applies for a license. This is a good step in the right direction, Mr. Speaker.
I just want to remind the honourable members that when we're referring to someone else in the chamber, that we refer to them as from their riding or by their title, not by their name. The honourable member for Medicine Hat, Carson Warner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's clear by the Parliamentary Secretary's response that they don't understand the question, and they're certainly failing on another issue. Thousands of small businesses need clarity today on whether the government is going to move ahead with this poorly drafted regulation, or if common sense will prevail, a deferral issued and a new regulation drafted. Will the minister do his job, meet with industry so they can provide their expertise on firearms markings, and fix this flawed regulation to avoid further negative impacts on Canadian businesses? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have legislation that is currently going through that addresses some gaps and weaknesses dealing with legal weapons. We have enhanced background checks. We have ensuring that sellers will verify. We will have ensuring that vendors keep records of sales to allow for tracking. Mr. Speaker, we are on the right direction and we will move forward. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Don Valley East.
Mr. Speaker, during Women's History Month, we celebrate women that make an impact. One way to make a significant impact is to help young women across Canada to reach their leadership goals. We all remember last year when this place was filled with young women from coast to coast to coast in the first ever Daughters of the Vote program. Can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Status of Women tell this House how our government is supporting the next generation of women leaders in Canada?
Well, Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Status of Women.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the honourable member from Don Valley East for her question and her tireless advocacy. Mr. Speaker, promoting gender equality is not only the right thing to do, it's the smart thing to do for our economy and the middle class. But we need governments with more women representation if gender equality is to be truly achieved. That is why this week, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Status of Women announced that we are investing $3.8 million to further the great work of the Daughters of the Vote program. Mr. Speaker, our government is proud to support this important project that empowers young women to seek public office and helps build a more representative democracy for everyone.
The Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Mr. Speaker, Constable Sarah Beckett paid the ultimate sacrifice when she was killed in the line of duty by an impaired driver. This week, her husband, Brad Aschenbrenner, spoke out against Bill C-75, which waters down sentences for impaired driving causing bodily harm. Will the Liberals listen to Sarah's husband and other victims and remove from Bill C-75 the watering down of sentences for this serious crime?
Hear, hear, hear. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and without question, our hearts go out to the family of Constable Beckett in this tragedy. I will say that our government is incredibly proud to have introduced and passed legislation that amounts to one among the most toughest impaired driving laws in the world. And I will say, with respect to Bill C-75, it does not in any way, shape or form change the principles of sentencing, which focus on the proportionate to the gravity of the offence and the degree of responsibility of the offender. What C-75 does, it gives prosecutors the necessary discretion to determine how—
The Honourable Member for West Nova.
Mr. Speaker, Canada's century-old national park system is unlike any other in the world. Yet in 2014, the Conservative government cut funding to the parks by over $29 million. My favourite national park, Ketchimakujik, is in my riding of West Nova. This beautiful park was once used for year-round winter hiking, camping, and skiing. Can the parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Environment tell me and my constituents what is being done to improve our national parks and ensure year-round access?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member from West Nova for his continued work in ensuring that Canadians get to enjoy Keji and other national parks all year round. Unlike the Harper Conservatives, our government is ensuring meaningful experience in parks across the country. To do this, we've actually made park entry for youth free forever and made substantial investments in programs and experiences to ensure more Canadians have access to nature and historic sites. In Kejimkujik, this means that there's $4 million in upgrades to Jeremy's Bay Campground, and I look forward to working with the member to ensure that we can enhance year-round access to our national park system, including Kejimkujik. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Mr. Speaker, in 2015, our Conservative government affirmed its support for the Port of Quebec Beauport project. Now, this was contingent on the project passing muster during public consultations and also with the Canadian Environmental Assessment Agency. Given these legal considerations, the Minister of the Environment is responsible for taking a decision on this file. Mr. Speaker, will the government be telling us if it anticipates a decision in the near future? Can we have a timetable?
Mr. Speaker, we're familiar with the project and understand there's been some developments as recently as April. The Canadian Environmental Assessment Agency is conducting the environmental assessment on this project under the CIA 2012 rules. Our government understands the importance of timely decisions while ensuring those decisions are based on science, facts, traditional knowledge of Indigenous people, input from the public, and, of course, evidence. I'm certain that the agency will work in collaboration with the Minister to make a recommendation, and a responsible decision will be taken in due course.
The
Honourable Member for Repentigny. Yesterday, the Transport Minister dodged my request for a commission of inquiry into the Lac Mégantic tragedy, saying the people there didn't want one. And yet, that very day, a citizens' coalition and organizations working for rail safety were on the Hill. Mr. Speaker, calling for this commission. The minister's right. They don't want to relive these events. They want to make sure it doesn't happen again. Will the minister listen to the people of Lac Mégantic and order the holding of a public commission of inquiry, an independent one? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I think we can all agree that no person and certainly no family should have to go through what the people of Lac Mégantic have gone through. That's why the Minister has made rail transportation his #1 priority. We have investigated this issue thoroughly and we have taken unprecedented action. We are working with the communities of Lac Mégantic, Frontenac and Nantes to ensure that the rail bypass goes forward, and we'll continue to take action to rebuild this beautiful community.
Député de Joliette.
The Honourable Member for Joliette, Mr. Speaker. I think what the people of Lac Mégantic want is a commission of inquiry. Now, when the trade agreement with Europe was reached, the government had promised to compensate provinces for the increase in the price of prescription drugs. Now, this was in the mandate letter of the Minister of Foreign Affairs. 3 years later, not the slightest hint of a program. Here, the government is doubling down and is driving up prices a second time with NAFTA 2, and this without compensation. When will the government honour its word and compensate Quebec for its agreements? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, we know just how proud Canadians are of our healthcare system, and we will continue to work with provinces, territories, and their partners to reduce prices and provide easy access to prescription drugs. Our government wants to attract new researchers to Canada, and our government will always defend our public healthcare system. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Well, Mr. Speaker, not the slightest sign of compensation. The government has promised that it would compensate those who have lost out with this agreement. And then it's signed, but all these agreements and didn't compensate. This is what happened with the FTA, NAFTA, the EFTA, and the CKFTA. We've already seen this film, Mr. Speaker. When will the government bring in a program that will provide full compensation for dairy producers for the last 3 agreements that it signed on their backs? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government is taking initiatives to make sure that Canadians pay less for their prescription medication. We're working with provinces and territories to make medication more affordable. We have the Pan-Canadian Pharmaceutical Alliance, which has allowed Canadians to save more than $2 billion a year. We're investing more than $140 million to improve access and support innovation in healthcare. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, this morning, Statistics Canada reported that our country has lost 24,000 manufacturing jobs over the past year. Among the factors depressing Canadian manufacturing employment are American tariffs on our steel and aluminum exports. The new free trade deal with the U.S. should have ensured tariff-free access to the U.S. market. Does the government have a plan and a timeline to remove American tariffs from Canadian metal?
The Honourable, the Honourable Minister for Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member opposite for his question. He should understand that our government fully supports steel and aluminum workers. That's why we provided a $2 billion support package to address the concerns specifically in the steel and aluminum sector. This $2 billion support package will help small and medium-sized businesses by providing them with additional financing through BDC and export financing through EDC. We're very confident that this plan in the short term will help them, and we'll continue to engage our American counterparts to find resolution on Section 232 regarding steel and aluminum.
And that's the end of oral questions for today. Un appel au règlement du membre du député de Joliette.
The member for Joliette has a point of order. Yes, Mr. Speaker. I think that if you seek it, you will find that there's unanimous consent for this motion. That the House call on the government to implement a program that provides financial compensation to egg, poultry, and dairy farmers for all the losses they sustained due to the breaches in the supply management system in CETA, CPTPP, and the USMCA, and that it do so before asking parliamentarians to vote on the USMCA. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the honourable member have the unanimous consent of the House to move the motion? Yes? Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Unanimously agreed upon. It is adopted.
Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Monsieur le Président, en vertu...
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to 32.2, I have the honour of tabling in both official languages the treaties entitled Agreement between the Government of Canada and the Government of the Republic of Kosovo for the Promotion and Protection of Investments done at Toronto, March 6, 2018.
Accord entre le gouvernement du Canada.
Agreement between the Government of Canada and the Government of the Republic of Moldova regarding the protection of investments made in Ottawa, June 12, 2018.
Government of Canada and the International Bureau of the World Intellectual Property Organization in relation to the functioning of the Canadian Commissioner of Patents as an international searching authority and international preliminary examining authority under the Patent Cooperation Treaty done at Geneva on September 28, 2018. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Presenting petitions. The Honourable Member for Steveston, Richmond East.
Mr. Speaker, I present this petition E-1527 calling on the government to address birth tourism. Birth tourism exploits our generous public health care and social security systems and violates Canadians' sense of fairness. Nearly 11,000 Canadians signed this e-petition, calling on the government to condemn birth tourism, quantify the practice, and implement concrete measures reducing and eliminating this illegitimate and exploitative industry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Présentation de pétition, the Honourable Member for Skeena, Bulkley Valley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have an electronic petition, e-petition 1601, that is signed by some 12,082 Canadians representing Indigenous communities, Indigenous leaders, residents of British Columbia, calling for the government to finally make good on its promise to put in place a moratorium on oil tanker traffic along the north coast of British Columbia. This was a bill I introduced some parliaments ago. It's been a 50-year debate, and these residents, these 12,082, are joining the chorus of many other British Columbia residents who are calling for protections of what must be protected. We know the threat still exists. The government has long promised legislation, and we yet await to see its passage through the Senate. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Présentation de pétition, l'honorable député de Ville-Marie.
The Honourable Member for Ville-Marie, Sud-Ouest Île-des-Sœurs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of certain residents and certain citizens in my riding, I have the honour of presenting before this House a petition regarding the Vieux-Port de Montréal's urban planning.
Présentation de pétition. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Orders of the day. Sorry. Agreed. Agreed? Tout le monde d'accord? Now we go to orders of the day. Je m'excuse.
I apologize. I didn't recognize the Honourable Member. The Honourable Member for Repentigny has the floor. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a point of privilege. I'm raising this point of privilege regarding your decision to not attribute an additional question per week to the group of independent members. After the 2015 election, you gave the 11 members part of a party not recognized by the House of Commons, namely 10 members for the Bloc Québécois and 1 member for the Green Party. You gave them 11 questions to ask during question period. You kept that same logic of 1 question per member per week with the arrival of 3 independent members, 2 from the Liberals and 1 from the NDP. That means every one of the 14 members had the opportunity to ask 1 question per week, which respected fairness with regard to the number of questions asked every day during question period. With the arrival of a 15th member, that changes everything. You decided not to attribute a question to this member, and you asked the group of 14 independent members to share one of their questions with the member for Beauce. This week, members for the Bloc Québécois are losing a right that they had acquired since the 2015 election, which is 1 question per week per member. This decision leads to unacceptable unfairness between the so-called independent members and the members of a recognized party and removes the right to ask 1 question per week per member in the House, a right which we had obtained in December 2015. On the page 506 of the 3rd edition of the House of Commons Procedure and Practice 2017, it's clearly indicated that, according to the general principle in place since the mandate of Speaker Milliken, independent members are entitled to a proportional number of questions. Also, in the Hansard for June 7, 2007, on page 10,289, a proposal from the government whip at the time, who suggested that I think that the solution is to use the following equation. Let's take the number of questions asked per day or per week, divide it by the total number of members in the opposition, and that will give us the number of questions that every member should be able to ask per week. The result would then be similar whether the member is independent or member of a recognized party. According to this principle, every member of the opposition should be able to ask 1.24 questions per week. There's a lot of numbers in here, Mr. Speaker. 1.24 questions per week. Currently, out of the 203 questions asked every week in the House, 120 are asked by Conservatives, 54 by New Democrats, 15 by the Liberals, and 14 by Independents. This corresponds to 188 questions asked by the opposition, and this is the distortion that was caused by the recent decision. It leads to 1.25 questions per week per Conservative member, 1.29 questions per week for a New Democrat member, and only 0.93 questions per week for an independent member. We consider that one question per week per member that is an independent represents a healthy balance to maintain in the House of Commons, as has been the case since the 2011 election. We're calling upon your well-informed judgment and to the democratic rules that must always be the cornerstone of parliamentary work for each one of us. We therefore ask you to add a 15th question and to maintain the ratio of one question per member. To conclude, Mr. Speaker, please allow me to specify that I'm presenting my question of privilege at the first opportunity because for the first time since the beginning of the fall session, the Bloc Québécois is being penalized by your decision by having only 9 questions this week, which is one less than the number of members that are part of the Bloc Québécois. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Merci. Nous avons...
Thank you. We have heard the question of privilege and will take it into consideration. We will deliberate. Thank you very much. Government orders, government bills. Third reading of Bill C-79, Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership Implementation Act. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I carefully listened to what my colleague from Pont-Neuf-Jacques-Cartier just said, who comes from Quebec like I do. We're debating third reading of the CPA-TPP. I heard a great deal during his speech about the agreement with the United States, not very much about C-79. Could my colleague talk to me about the great benefits about the cultural exemption negotiated in the CPA-TPP? Can my honourable colleague, Mr. Speaker, does he know that this represents 650,000 good jobs in Canada? The Honourable Member for Pont-Neuf-Jacques-Cartier. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank my colleague from Quebec, the member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles, for her question. It must be understood that the cultural aggression that might be done is less of a risk in countries in Asia than our neighbours to the south. I would like to remind my colleague that we are not against free trade agreements. We are very open to them. But why was there... I didn't talk about the CPA-TPP a great deal because I wanted to show the lack of rigor, the amateurism of this government in the negotiation strategy that it used for negotiating the free trade agreement. To answer the question, I would say that we negotiated some things, we implemented some things to put pressure, but now that the agreement is done, we need to leave the tools in place and we penalize Canadians who as consumers are going to pay more. I think that the member should be sensitive to that. I know that she presented a bill regarding credit card fees, but it goes in the same direction. I think there should be a certain amount of uniformity, a certain amount of coherence to minimize cost to consumers. Mr. Speaker, questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Joliette. Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a point of information. The member did not present her bill on credit card fees. In the new agreement, the new Trans-Pacific Partnership, just like the Canada-Europe Agreement and the new NAFTA, the U.S.-Mexico-Canada Agreement, the bargaining chip in that was supply management, starting with our dairy farmers. There was no compensation made to our producers in the new TPP, not a penny. In the Bloc Québécois, we criticize this situation with vehemence, with anger. Will my colleague vote for this agreement with the Liberals, even if there's not a single penny of compensation for our dairy producers, or will he take our side and vote against this unfair agreement for our farmers in Quebec, who keep our countrysides alive. The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to congratulate my colleague from Joliette who had a very relevant question. It must be understood that the Liberals took inspiration from the Conservatives to write the CPA-TPP agreement. I think that's interesting. But they should have continued to take inspiration from what we had in place, because we had set up compensation. We had outlined compensation in the new agreement, the Canada-US-Mexico deal. During the 13 months of negotiation, they insisted that they would protect supply management. And we suggested, we demanded, we asked if the system would be fully protected, and we saw the result. Yesterday, they met with farmers, dairy producers, and they said, and the minister said, and completely, fully, the minister said fairly. Today in the House, we heard the same words. We're changing the discourse. And here's what's being presented. This is the real face of the Liberal government in the face regarding our farmers. They don't keep their promises, like in many other files, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
For Winnipeg North, we have time for a very brief question and hopefully a very brief answer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think, at the end of the day, Canadians will recognize in all regions of this country that the trade deal, whether it's with the U.S., Mexico yesterday, or the Comprehensive Trade Pact with the TPP, are good for Canadians overall. Members give a lot of attention to the supply management issue. And, it was the Liberal government that established that system. It is the Liberal government that is committed to continue to support that system. And the Liberal government has also been very supportive of our rural, in particular, our farming communities. And I wonder if the member across the way would at the very least acknowledge that the Conservatives do support trade agreements. This particular trade agreement is, in fact, an agreement that would benefit all Canadians. And I believe the Conservatives are supporting it for that very same reason.
The Honourable Member for Portneuf, Jacques Cartier, in 45 seconds or less, please. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The only party in this House that knows about the economy and that works for prosperity and is conscientious in developing economic and performing economic measures is the Conservative Party. Now, what we're saying is that we would have wanted much more, and we would have gotten much more, but unfortunately, it's a Liberal government that the population chose in 2015, and we have to live with that. But I just want to take this opportunity to say this. Supply management was sacrificed by the Liberals without any compensation, and the House is going to be closing for a week. We'll be going back to our ridings, and on Monday, there's a holiday for schools, and I'm hoping that producers will be able to harvest and sell their harvest, and I would like to wish everyone a happy Thanksgiving. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to use my time today to show you why Bill C-79, an act to implement the Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership, the CPTPP, is a bad agreement. The Liberals and the Conservatives seem to be in a hurry to pass this bill. I don't understand why, personally. There was considerable debate in committee. These discussions are important, and there should have been more time for that to be able to discuss this bill. Now, what happened in the committee? Well, they didn't take the time to listen to all the witnesses. They didn't take time to listen to what they had to say. There were more than 400 witnesses before the Trade Committee. More than 60,000 people wrote in, and 95% of them were opposed to this agreement. It's not the NDP that's saying this. It's the population that is saying it. They sent a clear message, Mr. Speaker. 95% of the 60,000 who wrote in said it's a bad agreement. And I think that's sending a very clear message. But as usual, the Conservatives and the Liberals are doing what they want and they're ignoring what people are saying. It's all very well to consult. But even if you don't agree with what you hear, you have to listen and you have to take in what those people are saying. We've all been elected to represent the population and to serve them and serve their interests, not our interests. I think, Mr. Speaker, that it is important, Madam Speaker, rather, I think it is important to mention here that the NDP will always support agreements between Canada and other countries that are good for us, despite what the government has been saying. We just won't do it at any price, and that's what's important to point out. I'll be bringing forward some arguments during my remarks, because this agreement isn't progressive in the way the government is saying it is. We saw the same thing under the Conservatives, and it's all continuing with the Liberal government. We are signing bad agreements. The more things change, the more they're the same, Mr. Speaker. The government has given much too little time to debate C-79, and I would just like to recall here that the Liberals and their Conservative acolytes passed a time allocation motion on C-79 which significantly reduced the hours granted for debate in the House. And because of this motion, debate is going from 10 hours to 4 hours. Personally, I feel that that is not responsible at all. It is very important to debate as extensively as possible this bill in order to improve it and to respond to people's needs and concerns. We're now at report stage of this bill, and I would just like to recall, Madam Speaker, that the NDP is calling for the elimination of certain provisions in Bill C-79. And several amendments were brought forward by my colleague for Essex, but unfortunately, those were simply dismissed. I'd like to speak about some of the motions that my colleague brought forward. We're calling for the elimination of Sections 12, 19, and 50. Section 11 should be eliminated because it gives the minister the power, the exclusive power, to appoint members of commissions. We would like members of commissions to be appointed in consultation with the Minister of the Environment and of Labour and in consultation with the population as proposed in committee. Section 12 should also be eliminated because it provides for contributions of the Canadian government to the Commission's expenditures not being made public. That is unacceptable, and it's a complete lack of transparency. In committee, we tried to avoid this by bringing forward an amendment, and it was thoroughly presented by my colleague from Essex, but unfortunately, it was voted down. The people and riding and businesses in my riding are concerned. They know that this deal will not be beneficial for them and that tens of thousands of good jobs are jeopardized throughout the regions. Farms may have to shut down, as well as small businesses. There was an article in a local newspaper, Le Quotidien du Saguenay, that stated that already in March 2018, over the previous year, a dozen farms in the region had had to shut down. Dairy producers in Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean were already aware of the threat that opening up breaches in supply management represented. Last March, Daniel Gobet, the president of the dairy producers in Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean, said he was worried that once again dairy producers were the victims of negotiations on NAFTA. And I think he was right to be worried. He said that dairy producers did not once again want to be bargaining chips after what they had experienced under CETA. However, that's what happened. Small farms saw their profits go down, and they saw a climate of uncertainty increase. The Liberals were responsible for this, and what happened is that some no longer wanted to invest. The Liberals made concessions to other members of the TPP and opened up another breach in our supply management system, which didn't have to be done because in any case the United States withdrew from the agreement more than 2 years ago. And it's the United States that had brought forward that demand. They withdrew, and the Liberals still decided to keep it in the agreement. The Liberal government gave up 3.25% of our domestic market in the dairy sector, 2.3% for eggs, 2.1% for poultry, and 2% for turkeys. Producers do not accept this. No other countries called on us to make concessions in our supply management system. So I will repeat it again. It was only the United States who made that demand, and they are no longer a part of the agreement. The breaches in our agri-food industry are accumulating. First, under CETA, and in this case, the cheese producers are feeling the impact of this. Now, under the CPTPP, and soon under the USMCA. That's a lot of acronyms in my opening remarks, Madam Speaker. But as I was saying, once again, under these agreements, we have made more concessions. 1 breach, 2 breaches, 3 breaches. When will the dairy producers of Quebec stop being bargaining chips? It really is too much for these producers. And I'm going to give you an example of the concrete impact of this on our producers in my area. Dairy producers are angry. They decided, because they didn't want to necessarily bother people too extensively, but they decided to briefly block the Rang Saint-Bruno with a tractor simply to show how angry and disappointed they are. They feel that the government made false promises. Several times, dairy producers have expressed the fact that they're the ones who are affected. They're people who are working on a daily basis to preserve our agri-food sovereignty. And Madam Speaker, those are the people who are being attacked over and over and over again every time a deal like this is signed. We're talking now about almost 10% worth of concessions on supply management. And it's been said before in the House. Several members have said this, that it's the equivalent of a month's wages. What if we had a month's wages cut? We'd be angry. So I understand why people would be angry and why they wouldn't believe that the government is going to compensate them. We saw this with CETA and with the imports of cheese, over 17,000 tons. Dairy producers under the program that was offered had to invest in order to be able to receive compensation. And for some of them, I heard, they never even saw the money. That's unacceptable. And I understand their concerns. I understand why the dairy producers in my region are angry and why they no longer believe in the Liberal government's promises. Now, the agricultural sector is not the only sector that is under threat. So is the cultural integrity of Canada and Quebec. As many experts have said, the TPP is providing for the weakest cultural exemption ever negotiated in a Canadian free trade agreement. The government said that certain cultural provisions had been temporarily suspended, but not eliminated. The agreement does not mention the UNESCO Convention on the protection and promotion of the diversity of cultural expressions, even though 7 countries under the CPTPP, including Canada, are parties to the convention. And it prevents Canada from making sure that ISPs will contribute to supporting Canadian content. Side letters can only complement or clarify the basic text, but they do not solve problems. The preamble in the CPTPP does not ensure that Canada's commitments under the UNESCO treaties can be implemented. First, the CPTPP ignores any international legal texts that protect culture, including the 2005 UNESCO Convention. Second, the treaty implies that if we foster free trade, then there will only be a positive effect on culture. However, it completely ignores the various threats and challenges to the cultural sovereignty of our provinces. Third, the text does not acknowledge the promotion and protection of cultural diversity as being a legitimate reason to put in place regulatory measures. So what's the result of all this? Well, what it means is that a dispute resolution committee under the CPTPP could decide to not acknowledge any regulations on culture as being legitimate. Canada has already signed free trade agreements where culture is explicitly protected in the preamble. For example, with Peru in 2009, Jordan in 2012, Panama in 2013, and Honduras in 2014. I really do not understand the Liberals' logic, Mr. Speaker. Why are we making concessions on culture and thereby threatening so many jobs? As the Labour critic, I am particularly concerned with this aspect of the agreement. The wording on labour standards has remained unchanged compared to the first TPP. This is very worrisome because it means that we can't actually implement that text. On that point alone, it would be very difficult to qualify this agreement as being progressive, as the government would have us believe. Under the agreement, a worker whose rights have been violated has to prove that that violation has had an impact on trade. That's impossible. As I already said earlier, once again, it's the worker that has to prove this. And the worker has to prove that there's been an impact on trade. This was already a problem when there was the dispute between the United States and Guatemala. It's impossible to prove. In the original TPP, the United States negotiated a labor reform plan, a 12-page plan, which provided Vietnamese workers the right to free and independent bargaining. Canada was not able to obtain the same commitment. What it did do was encourage Vietnam to accept a watered-down version of this side letter. The United States, under President Obama, had also established labor consistency plans with Malaysia and Brunei in order to make sure that both countries complied with basic labor rights, including the freedom of association and collective bargaining. And these were conditions for trade within the TPP. But under the new agreement, these plans have disappeared. In the former TPP, there was an emphasis on the ability of the government to use compliance with workers' rights as a procurement condition. That was another tool that ensured that international labor standards would be considered during public procurement decisions. This clause was temporarily suspended in the new agreement. According to the Canada Labour Congress, the labour standards under the CPTPP are weak and do not guarantee that basic rights of workers in member countries will be respected. And it does not guarantee the ability of people to unionize and to bargain collectively. Besides not taking into account the opinion of Canadian men and women, the Liberal government doesn't care about their health either. And this is another topic I'd like to speak about, even though I realize my time is running out. I'd like to talk about pharmaceutical drugs. Canada is already the second most expensive country to buy pharmaceutical drugs in. And the Liberals are ignoring a very cruel truth. Thousands of Canadian men and women cut their pills in half or end their treatments or eat less so that they are able to care for themselves. That should have been considered when the CPTPP was being negotiated. In my riding, more than 1/3 of the population is seniors, and they are jeopardizing their own health, and I'm very concerned about this. Under the CPTP, this will only become worse because more concessions have been made to pharmaceutical companies, which will mean that more than $800 million a year will be spent on top of what is already being spent on medication by my fellow citizens.
This increases protection against the monopolistic policy with patents in our society. The agreements, this accord threatens sovereignty and our country and the efficiency of our public policies. With this agreement, we just can't accept it. Now, when we see that there are almost 60,000 people who have manifested interest and that there are 95% of people who have negative comments who haven't been taken into account. There were dairy farmers protesting today in Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean to show their discontent. They have had one thing after another inflicted on them, various breaches in the supply management system. We have to think of all these family farms. So, Mr. Speaker, I will be happy to entertain any questions. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened attentively to my colleague, the member for Jonquière, and she said at the end of her speech that they were for an agreement that was good for Canadians. Now, I sat on the International Trade Committee, and this colleague who represents Windsor, said of the various agreements we have studied, whether it's the one with Europe, the TPP, or NAFTA, we never had their support. I'd like my colleague from Jonquière say why can the NDP not give their support? I thank my colleague for her question, and I would have to redo my speech, and I don't have time for that. But I'd like to take this opportunity to say that there could have been there are some progressive measures, but there are many that are not. Now, if we look at wage standards for migrant workers, there is nothing to protect and guarantee foreign workers. There's nothing to ensure that they will get a fair salary, a fair wage. No protection for them. So if you're progressive, yes, you want to protect Canadian workers, but also those who come here to help us out in regions where there is a labor shortage. In this partnership, there should be measures to help foreign workers when they come here. I also talked about farmers and dairy farmers in my area. It's like they just forgot them. It was the United States was asking for a certain percentage, but the government decided to keep it as was in the agreement. Now, they've been promising one thing after another to dairy farmers. They're simply frustrated, and in the Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean, they protested and showed how unhappy they were. So I could continue, Mr. Speaker, but I could continue a very long time on this agreement. It is not a good agreement. There are no progressive values within it.
The Honourable Member for Regina Louvain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government has been trumpeting the fact that the new USMCA does not contain investor-state dispute provisions. However, here we have the government trying to ram through the Trans-Pacific Partnership, which includes investor-state dispute provisions. Those provisions of NAFTA empowered multinational corporations to directly challenge our democratic laws, regulations, and policies before secretive commercial tribunals. So I'm wondering if the member for Jonquière can offer any insight as to why the government thinks it's such a good thing to remove those provisions from NAFTA, and that is a good thing, and yet the government seems to believe that investor-state dispute provisions are somehow appropriate in the Trans-Pacific Partnership.
Honorable député de Jonquière.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. I've often had very good discussions with him on we are two former union members. It's like there's a double standard, what we're seeing here. We're negotiating with 12 countries on the way of going about things, and then we're negotiating with the U.S. and Mexico about other ways of doing things. There are provisions that could have been added to deal with this, especially in the U.S. MCA, which was signed after the TPP. So we might have seen this coming and added provisions to help in these areas. The government says it's a progressive agreement, but we don't see it. We don't see any progressive aspect to this agreement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her speech. This, I think, has to do with process, because this is a 300-page bill. It's very complex. And after 12 and a half hours, we're going to have a debate here in Parliament of perhaps 5-6 MPs will be able to have the opportunity to discuss an agreement. And this agreement, which is with many countries, it's going to have an agreement that will have a profound effect on our country. The government says we're transparent. But after many secret negotiations, I think that they just allow a few members from each party to make a speech. And the difference between this agreement and the others was mentioned by the former member, the other member. The difference between that and the USMCA, there was a very bad provision which has now disappeared from the others, but it exists in this agreement. It protects companies, but not citizens. My question is as follows. How is it possible that this is a good agreement if there are a group of farmers and producers here in Canada who have been promised compensation 3 times with Europe, with the European agreement, with Asia, and now with the U.S. and Mexico? Now, the government will have to compensate producers because this will be make things very difficult for them. How can you call this a good agreement and good negotiations if this has happened 3 times. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question and for his impeccable French. I am working to improve my English, but I have to say that in a region like mine, in Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean, we have a huge number of dairy farmers who help provide nourishment and food security. But the agreement between the United States, Canada, and Mexico is the drop of milk, just one too many. Now, there is no compensation here. We see workers who get up as early as 4 in the morning and work till late in the evening, 7 days out of 7. And here we are cutting their livelihood, cutting into it. They may lose as much as a month of wages as income. Now, the government has to make sure that our dairy producers are compensated, that they be taken into account. Now, we cannot have rules dictated to us essentially by the United States. There are things that will be brought into Canada, and I wonder why there are more products coming into Canada, and in exchange it seems we haven't won very much, because it seems with the TPP there are thousands of jobs that will be lost. It seems that we are losers in terms of exports and imports. So I ask again, so why call it progressive? Why hasn't the government looked into the 95% of people who have made comments who are not in favor of the TPP, and now all of a sudden they are rather agreeing with the 5%. Now, the committee did excellent work, but we can't just listen to the 5% of people who agree with us when we do an agreement like the TPP. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille.
The member of Meadowdale. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the time to talk about the TPP. I would like to ask another question of my colleague, the member for Jonquière. But we have maintained Chapter 19 on arbitration. It is extremely important. Now, thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk about protecting culture and the creative industries in Canada in the TPP. In the CPTPP, the Comprehensive and Progressive TPP, I have sat on the International Trade Committee, and as a nation, Canada can be very pleased and proud of its creative industries. We have various cultural institutions who have created a diversified publication industry. We have music, a very prolific digital industry, and we have audiovisual production that has been acclaimed by the critics. And this makes us competitive on the world stage. Now, I think that we have an advantage in our vast and rich diversity, and creative industries help to develop diversity. They create jobs to the benefit of all Canadians. And in 2015, creative industries represented $53 billion, 2.8% of our GDP, and created 56,000 jobs, 56,000 direct jobs. The government believes that creativity and culture represents a growing part of our economy and is helping to accelerate the growth of our economy. Over the years, the government has decided to combine financial incentives to increase Canadian comment along with tax incentives. The Government of Canada is investing $125 million over 5 years in the creative sector in order to optimize the export of our creative industries. This increases aid to the creative industries. It helps to help them expand their productions abroad. And they're also getting aid from a special fund. The government's cultural policy has to do with production, marketing, protection, and bringing Canada's culture to the world stage. Our plan contributes to the protection of major national institutions that reflect our unique identity as Canadians and creates good jobs for the middle class as well as economic opportunities in the cultural sector. The government believes that Canada has to maintain a certain flexibility in developing policies and that we have to create conditions propitious to success. Besides international trade agreements, we have always been very clear on the importance of the cultural exemption. We have always sought to preserve the strategic space necessary to follow up on cultural goals having to do with communication and the export of Canadian cultural content to increase Canadian cultural diversity at home and abroad. We work also to create opportunities for creators and artists. The CPTPP is no exception. All through the negotiations, our government has always borne in mind the importance of our creative industries and institutions that Canadians cherish to and trust to help protect our culture and to have it grow. As to certain concerns with measures having to do with cultural measures, well, we were able to maintain the cultural exemption. There could have been caps and limits which could have affected us. But we want Canadian cultural content to achieve success in an open space. Now, the government signed bilateral agreements with all members of the CPTPP, and this makes it such, with respect to Canada's rights to protect its rights in a digital environment, well, it protects this. Parallel agreements are important because they allow Canada to promote and maintain programs and policies that support production, creation, distribution, and all sorts of artistic expression in Canada, and this including digital platforms. Further, Canada wants to preserve original productions that support Canadian identity. We need investment. We're talking about goods and services, digital productions. Canada has maintained exclusive protection for CBC, Radio-Canada, and certain other connected institutions. We want to play a key role in promoting, producing, and distributing our cultural products. Mr. Speaker, in concluding, I want to affirm that our government is resolute in protecting Canada's culture in any trade agreement and also in increasing flexibility in the cultural sector, and this Canada-wide. We also accord a great importance to giving our creators and artists all possible opportunities to find new markets. Now, the importance of culture in the CPTPP is something that our government has shown we care deeply about, and we are helping to promote cultural exports worldwide. These are industries that help to build our identity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
Calgary, Minnapore, I'm sorry.
Mr. Speaker, given that we had a problem with the Trans Mountain Pipeline, particularly with Bill C-79, I would ask my colleague, how can the Trans-Pacific Partnership help us as a country to be more competitive? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I presume that my colleague was referring to Bill C-79 and not C-69. For the Trans-Pacific Partnership, we have an opportunity to access 500 million consumers. Of course, they want to have our products. Agri-food products are one of the strongest demands for the Asian market, but there's unbelievable opportunities through TPP to help us open those markets. Thank you. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Speaker, it's an interesting time for this government because they have successive trade agreements in a row that Canadians can compare one to the other, even though they're with different regions of the world, one with Europe, one with the United States, and one with the Asia-Pacific region, and compare what the Liberals celebrate about one and ignore in another. So let's take the most recent example, because it happened just with such recent memory of the United States agreement, the new NAFTA, as some are calling it. And in there, the Liberals are lauding the fact that a certain provision called the investor-state dispute provisions. This allows foreign companies to sue us and protects them in an inordinate amount of ways. Now, this was taken out of the new NAFTA, and Donald Trump actually was the one that seems to have insisted upon it, but yet the Liberals are wrapping their arms around that part of the trade agreement that's now gone and saying, congratulations to us, this was such a terrible aspect of the trade agreement. One then would imagine that there'd be some sense of consistency within the Liberals, that in other trade disputes, the same mechanism would also not be present. Because if it's good with the United States, then clearly it must be something good with Asia or with Europe. And you find out that's not the case. Never mind the fact that each time they sell one of these trade agreements to Canadians, they also have to compensate dairy farmers over and over again. And the promises that are made are never fulfilled, as we've seen with the CETA agreement and we've seen with TPP. Farmers come back at the end saying the promise that were made for compensation wasn't there. And anytime you're having to compensate a sector, that usually means that you probably didn't argue and negotiate to that sector's benefit. You have to take taxpayer money to compensate them. All this, plus the fact, and I want to stay on the U.S. trade deal, but that the penalties against Canadian metals remain in place, and yet these guys, the Liberals, are popping champagne corks. Back to the CPTPP, as it's called. If investor state protections were so bad that the Liberals celebrated their annexation, their removal from the United States agreement, why did they leave them in place with so many more countries involved in this much larger trade agreement with Asia? Thank you.
L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While I rise, I would like to wish a great day to all of our teachers and professors. Now, to answer the question of my colleague, we signed many agreements, one with Europe, which was fairly extraordinary. That's a market of 500 million people. And then the Trans-Pacific Partnership, another 500 million consumers. And we concluded the agreement, the USMCA, which is North America, which includes 500 million more people. My colleague from the NDP, I'd wondered, while I was sitting on the International Trade Committee, none of the agreements were up to the level that they wanted. Which agreement would they be willing to support among the international free trade agreements that we have signed?
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Willowdale. And looking at the time, the honourable member will have his full 10 minutes, but I don't believe he'll have time to have more than about 3 minutes for questions. The honourable member for Willowdale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I'm honoured to rise in the House today to discuss Bill C-79, an act to implement the Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership between Canada, Australia, Brunei, Chile, Japan, Malaysia, Mexico, New Zealand, Peru, Singapore, and Vietnam. Bill C-75 is our government's commitment to the swift ratification and implementation of the CPTPP. Implementing and ratifying CPTPP will strengthen our existing trade partnership with Chile, Mexico, and Peru, and provide preferential access to 7 new markets: Australia, Brunei, Japan, Malaysia, New Zealand, Singapore, and Vietnam. Doing so will improve market access to an estimated 500 million global consumers with a combined GDP of $13.5 trillion, representing roughly 40% of the world economy. These numbers are truly staggering and offer a glimpse into the endless opportunities afforded by the CPTPP. This agreement will diversify trade to benefit the middle class and enhance our ability to compete and win on the global stage. As I've previously mentioned during the debate in this chamber over the Canada-European Union Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement, any student of Canadian history knows that our great country has been in many ways shaped and founded by trade. To this day, nearly 60% of our GDP and fully 20% of Canadian jobs are immediately tied to exports. Our government understands that increased trade leads to economic growth, and that economic growth leads to jobs for the middle class. This simple fact, however, is currently under siege. As the world slides towards protectionism and isolationism, a regression apparently favored by some of my colleagues across the aisle, it is vital that Canada remain an open society and a champion of open global markets. On this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, we recognize that the prosperity of hardworking Canadians and their families is directly linked to diversifying into new markets. From the ratification of CETA to the recent conclusion of the USMCA framework, our government has long understood that a commitment to free and fair trade is absolutely vital. As the only G7 country that is a signatory to all 3 of these agreements, once CPTPP enters into force, Canada will have 14 trade agreements that provide preferential access to 51 different countries. Combined, this represents access to nearly 1.5 billion global consumers and over 60% of the global economy. The complicated progression of this agreement on the global stage, again, as I've said previously, serves as further proof that these values are currently under attack from protectionist forces. In light of such pressures, I am truly proud of our government for having taken the lead in negotiating this progressive free trade agreement. Before I continue, I'd like to thank the Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Trade Diversification for their hard work on this file, as well as the members of the Standing Committee on International Trade for their insights and contributions. Moreover, as a former international trade lawyer myself, I'd like to thank and congratulate former colleagues in the public service who helped make this important agreement a reality. It was as a trade lawyer, Mr. Speaker, that I gained valuable first-hand knowledge into the tangible benefits that well-crafted trade agreements provide us with each and every day, and it is from that very same perspective that I approach today's remarks. In particular, I'd like to discuss 6 broad elements of Bill C-79 to highlight the very benefits this agreement will have for Canadian businesses, exporters, workers, and families. Now, my honourable colleague from Rivière-de-Mille, she focused on the preservation of our cultural sector. I, in turn, will talk about market access, the service sector, investment, government procurement, and small and medium enterprises. Speaking first of market access, implementing the CPTPP will eliminate over 95% of taxes being imposed on over 99% of Canada's total exports. From making our machinery, equipment, and business services more competitive to protecting and preserving our unique culture, we are improving market access for Canadian business and have secured an amazing deal for Canadians. In fact, the vast majority of related tariffs will be eliminated immediately upon enactment of Bill C-79. And after that, we will see gradual introduction of more products being included in this list of tariff exemption over a period of 10 to 15 years. To cite just a handful of targeted market access benefits, Bill C-79 will enhance market access opportunities for Canadian pork, beef, fruit and vegetables, malt, grains, cereals, animal feeds, maple syrup, wines and spirits, processed grain, sugar, chocolate, confectionery, and processed foods and beverages. It will also eliminate 100% of tariffs on Canadian fish and seafood products, benefiting the salmon, snow crab, herring, lobster, shrimp, sea urchin, and oyster industries. In addition, we will see an elimination of 100% of tariffs on industrial goods and consumer products, and finally, eliminate tariffs on all Canadian exports of forestry and value-added wood products. Now, delving into services, the CPTPP emphasizes the importance of transparency and predictability in order to give Canadian service providers more secure access to CPTPP markets, including a range of sectors for professional, environmental, mining-related, IT, and financial services. In the face of a rapidly evolving and modernizing global digital economy, the importance of these changes cannot be overstated. Speaking of investment, this government has gone above and beyond the original conditions set in the TPP to better protect our investors using Canada's negative list approach. Investors will be protected by provisions such as expropriation and denial of justice, backed by robust mechanisms for the resolution of investment disputes. Now, going to non-tariff measures, Bill C-79 proposes to implement provisions related to non-tariff measures. Non-tariff measures, as members are aware, refer to provisions introduced regarding technical barriers to trade that will protect the key market access gains written into the agreement from the unnecessary and discriminatory regulatory burdens. Moving to small and medium-sized enterprises, Mr. Speaker, this government recognizes the importance of SMEs to the Canadian economy, which to do, and this particular agreement represents approximately 90% of our private sector jobs in Canada will benefit from the provisions of this agreement. As a result, we have made it a priority to support SME access to the relevant data and information, a first amongst Canadian free trade agreements. Provisions such as improved transparency, enforceable provisions on state-owned enterprises to promote fair business practices, and an electronic commerce framework for cross-border data flows and server localization requirements have been made available to better protect Canadian businesses and encourage them to enter into the global market. These new measures will not only place Canadian businesses on the global value chain, but help them compete and thrive. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, when our government came into office in 2015, in keeping with our commitment to evidence-based policymaking that listens to the needs and interests of Canadians, we held extensive consultations on the CPTPP, including over 41,000 correspondences and 265 interactions and meetings with more than 530 stakeholders. We did so to ensure a deal that promoted the creation of new jobs and benefits for Canadian families. The end result of this process is an ambitious and progressive trade agreement which will not only benefit Canadian businesses, workers, and families, but will certainly serve as a landmark for global trade arrangements moving forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. We have about 45 seconds for a very brief question, very brief answer. The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
So we understand, Mr. Speaker, that all of this debate is happening under a time allocation.
That's right.
Forcing down Parliament's throat, another trade agreement is the typical tactics we saw from the previous government, which Liberals, when in opposition, they loathed. They said, how undemocratic. Yet a more than 300-page trade bill that includes within it investor state protections that the Liberals claim are horrible and they're so grateful are out of the U.S. trade deal are embedded in this trade deal. Huh. So they like it in one place and don't like it in another and say, just trust us, we're Liberals. My question for my friend is simple. If it's so terrible in the U.S. trade deal that that the Liberals are celebrating it not being in there, why are they so thrilled to have the exact same provision in a trade deal with so many more countries?
You're here.
Honourable member for Willowdale in 30 seconds or less, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member for his question, but I would like to emphasize that the provisions in each one of these investment agreements are very distinct. So to take one and criticize it and then assume that all other agreements are exactly the same is really, truly not fair. In this particular agreement, if the honourable member does take the time to look at the provisions, he will see that the most progressive elements are very much contained in the agreement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
As it is 1:15, pursuant to the order passed on Wednesday, October 3, 2018, it is my duty to interrupt the proceedings and to put forward any question necessary to complete third reading, which is the question before the House. The question is as follows. Mr. Carr, seconded by Ms. Putzpa-Taylor, moved that Bill C-79, an act to implement the Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership
between Canada, Australia, Brunei, Chile, Japan, Malaysia, Mexico, New Zealand, Peru, Singapore, and Vietnam, be now read a third time and do pass. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favour, please say yea. Yea. All those opposed, please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. Okay. Pursuant to Standing Order 45, the recorded division stands deferred until Monday, October 15, 2018, at the ordinary hour of daily adjournment. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, if you were to canvass the House, I'm sure you would find a unanimous consent to call it 1:30 at this time so we could begin private members' hour.
Have unanimous consent to the House. We have unanimous consent of the House. Accordingly, the House will now proceed to the considerations of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business.
Orders of the day.
Private members' business, affaires émanant des députés, consideration of motion M192, instruction to the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and to the status of persons with disability, episodic disabilities, standing in the name of Mr. Urdiga.
Mr. Urdiga, seconded by Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West, moves that the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities be instructed to provide recommendations for legislative and policy changes necessary to ensure that the needs of persons with episodic disabilities caused, among other things, by multiple sclerosis be adequately protected, to ensure equity in government policy to support Canadians across all types of disability, that the committee report to the House by February 2019, and that it be instructed to request a comprehensive government response to its report pursuant to Standing Order 109. Debate. The Honourable Member for Fort McMurray, Cold Lake.
Bravo. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm here today to discuss an issue near and dear to my heart. Like so many Canadians, I have experienced firsthand the trauma of a loved one being diagnosed with an episodic disability. My wife, Kathy, was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis in 2004. And since then, my family and I have worked to navigate the complexities of life with MS, both for the individual and for the family. In partnership with the MS Society of Canada, I am proud to bring forward Private Member's Motion 192, a motion to ensure persons with episodic disabilities like MS are adequately protected and treated fairly within Canadian legislation. The effects of MS are not just physical, they are also emotional, psychological, and financial. When you or a loved one is diagnosed with multiple sclerosis, life can suddenly turn on a dime. One day your body behaves normally, and the next it refuses to listen. MS can happen to anyone without warning, and often in the prime of one's life. MS is unpredictable, chronic, and often disabling disease of the central nervous system. MS is disability with both visual and invisible symptoms, which can range in severity from moderate to severely debilitating. Loss of coordination, vision, and cognitive impairments, extreme fatigue, bladder problems, mood changes are all associated with MS. MS and all episodic disabilities impact most Canadians, not only the affected individuals, but also their families and their friends, who must come together to manage the illness. No one should have to face MS or any disability alone. There is an undeniable fact: episodic disabilities are treated differently than other chronic diseases and disabilities by government policy. These inequalities have negative effects on those living with episodic disabilities and their loved ones. This motion seeks not to only address concerns for people living with MS, but for all Canadians living with episodic disabilities, including cancer, HIV, epilepsy, Crohn's disease, diabetes, arthritis, and the list goes on. This motion looks to support individuals living with episodic disabilities until one day we find a cure. We need to remember a cure is possible. Though there have been great improvements for people living with MS, there is still much unknown about this disease. However, researchers are zeroing in on what causes MS and exploring ways to repair the damage it causes and ways to prevent MS from occurring. The best current evidence suggests lifestyles, environmental, genetic, and biological factors all contribute. All these areas are being actively examined. Studies funded by the MS Society are asking if certain risk factors, such as gender, age, family history, or lifestyle habits impact a person's susceptibility to MS. Until we find the answer, Canadians with episodic disabilities face challenges securing employment, income, and disability supports. They struggle daily to access treatments, comprehensive care, housing, and moving around in the communities where they live. For these Canadians, research is crucial to obtaining new treatments and a better quality of life. Multiple sclerosis impacts hundreds of thousands of Canadian families every year. Our country has the highest rate of individuals affected by MS in the world. Over 77,000 Canadians living with MS, or approximately 1 in every 385 Canadians, that's a large number. Women are 3 times more likely to be diagnosed than men. These are moms, grandmothers, sisters, daughters, and friends. Christine Sinclair, 2-time Olympic bronze medalist and a Canadian women's national soccer team captain, knows firsthand the impacts of MS as her mom lives with MS. She recently shared a story in a MS Society blog post. She writes, "When you are a kid, your parents are indestructible. And that's what Mom was to me, indestructible. But as years went by, I watched MS chip away at aspects of her life. And her fight against chronic disease became tougher and tougher. Today, my mom is still the strongest person I know and my #1 champion. She currently resides in a care home, which can be challenging at times. Cognitively, she's still my mom, friendly, social, and sharp as ever. But physically, she's placed in a facility where she is 20 years younger than everyone else. MS is typically diagnosed between the ages of 15 and 40. These are peak years for Canadians getting their education, establishing their careers, and raising a family. A student with MS may not be able to hold a pencil and complete their exam. A person with MS has difficulty holding down jobs because their disease is unpredictable in nature and causes lateness, absence, and sometimes even an inability to type on a keyboard. And a new mother diagnosed with MS may have difficulty holding and feeding her own newborn baby. People living with MS are our co-workers, our family, our friends, and our children. These are people who are impacted by this disease. These are the people who are impacted by this disease every day, every hour, and every minute, whether the symptoms show or not. Marilyn Lezan, diagnosed with MS 18 years ago, is one of these Canadians. She wants to ensure supports are there for all Canadians affected by MS. For her, it's all about raising awareness. I'd like to quote, "People are willing to listen. They want to know what they can do to help change the lives of people affected by MS. MS needs to be viewed as an episodic disease, which sometimes keeps us out of the workforce. We need flexibility," says Marilyn. For me, this issue hits even closer to home. At the time of my wife's diagnosis, we owned a business we built from the ground up. Kathy managed the office administration and payroll. When she was diagnosed, she lost complete use of her right arm. Being right-handed, she was devastated. MS, along with episodic diseases, is unpredictable. We had no idea how long the attack would last, or if she would recover from it at all. Would it be permanent, or would she only partially recover? Since the business was our own, we were able to make changes to Kathy's duties and pull in some of our staff into the office to help. Many people with episodic diseases don't have that same luxury. When their episodes flare up, they may be forced to take time off of work, resulting in lost wages or even a loss of employment. For my wife, Kathy, things like writing, filing, and taking messages became very difficult. Putting on her earrings and getting dressed, operating a can opener, folding clothes, and the list goes on. Thankfully, our children at the time were 17 and 13 and could help with all the household chores. There are many people with MS that may not have the same luxury of a supportive family network to lean on. They might have to hire help, which can be very, very expensive. Unfortunately, persons with episodic disabilities are treated differently, not only by society, but government legislation as well. While the symptoms of these disabilities are not constant the lifestyles and employment limitations they cause are just as devastating as many permanent disabilities. Support for persons with disabilities in Canada is built on a binary switch. Either you can or cannot work. However, life for people with MS is not that black and white. For some, it's a progressive in nature with a continued worsening of symptoms over time. Some are able to work, others are not. Some can work part-time with their episodic symptoms unexpectedly interrupting their work progress. Programs like employment insurance do not adequately consider the episodic nature of certain disabilities, often forcing Canadians out of the workplace entirely or prematurely. It's up to us, the Canadian government, to take a stand and make a fight, making fighting MS and other episodic disabilities a priority. This motion will put the steps in place to develop better public policy to address people living with episodic disabilities like MS until a cure is available. It also seeks to ensure all Canadians with disabilities are treated with equity within Canadian legislation. We need Canada's commitment to support critical steps to improve life for people living with episodic disabilities. This private member's motion aims to achieve 4 key objectives. Create better employment supports for people living with MS and other episodic disabilities. Improve income and disability supports for people affected by MS and other episodic disabilities. Increase access to treatment, comprehensive care and housing, and invest in fundamental research for episodic disabilities like MS. Updating employment supports and program is key to making lasting progress by including episodic disability in the definition of disability. We want to make sure people with episodic disabilities remain in the workplace longer and are able to perform their duties. We want to make sure access is a reality by making access a treatment and an investment in comprehensive care and housing to those who need it is a win for all Canadians. This is why I sponsor private members' motion M192 to ensure the needs of persons with episodic disabilities such as multiple sclerosis are adequately protected and ensure equity in government policy to support Canadians across all types of disabilities. I'm asking you to join me in solidarity to take actions to help improve the quality of life for people with MS and all episodic disabilities. M192 is a bold motion and only seeks to advance the quality of life for those living with episodic disabilities. The text of the motion reads, once again, that the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities be instructed to provide recommendations for legislative and policy changes necessary to ensure that the needs of a person with episodic disabilities caused, among other things, by multiple sclerosis be adequately protected to ensure equity in government policy to support Canadians across all types of disabilities. That the committee report to the House by February 2019 and that it be instructed to request a comprehensive government response to its report pursuant to Standing Order 109. Let's work together to better understand the needs and concerns of Canadians living with episodic disabilities like MS and make Canada a leader in smart public policy through which everyone wins. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for London West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member, and I appreciate him coming forward and talking about his most personal story with his spouse, someone living with MS. The fact that more Canadians suffer from this dreadful disease than anyone else in the world is something that we really have to take seriously. And episodic disorders like MS is something that is very individualized to the person, and my heart goes out to him and his family. Now, I did want to talk about the present Bill C-81. that is currently being studied by the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development, and the status of persons with disabilities. A very long title for that committee. So it is being studied, and the bill actually includes specific mention of episodic disabilities and its definition of disabilities to ensure consideration of the particular accessibility needs of Canadians with this type of disorder. So I wondered if the member's motion calls for the committee to report to the House by February 2019. I wondered if the member would be flexible in his timeline. I think it's important to give the committee the time it needs to make sure that they hear all questions and answers about this very important issue. Would he be flexible?
The honourable member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the question. You know what? MS is important as long as all the other episodic disabilities. But we got to understand, we got to make it a priority. Being flexible, well, how flexible? 2 months, 3, 6 months? For me, it's about now making a change to better everyone's lives suffering from episodic disabilities. I'm open up for suggestions, but you know what? Let's get this done. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
Well, I want to congratulate my colleague and friend for bringing together this very important motion to the House of Commons, to this place. And I know time is always an essence, and therefore I hope that the cooperation will be from all sides here to make sure this bring this motion to life, to begin some serious work around this important issue. So the question again, why time is so important and why running into 2019 could be very important to get this ASAP. So I would ask the honourable member to re-emphasize the importance of time for this bill.
The honourable member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
Well, I'd like to thank my colleague for that question. And time is important for a lot of reasons. There's many people that don't have access for treatment. They can't afford. I'll give you a little example. I know in our instance, I can relate to it, is when my wife needs certain treatment. Every time, you got to go back to a specialist. It takes 6 months to a year to get it in. So she can't get the treatment she requires unless we pay for it ourselves, in which we do. So there's other people out there that do not have that ability to have that money to pay for these services on their own. So I'm here for those people, the people who are struggling to put food on their table, trying to deal with the episodic disability. We need to help those people now, not tomorrow, not next year, not 5 years from now. We need to do it now. The faster, the better. Let's get move on this. Let's make sure we're looking after our fellow Canadians. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Speaker. I want to begin by thanking my honourable colleague for bringing forward this important issue, and in particular for sharing his personal stories about the importance of this issue. Of course, the impact of episodic disabilities are not limited to his family, but have a significant impact on Canadians in every part of our country. Our government understands that people with episodic disabilities, such as MS, arthritis, diabetes, chronic pain, and some types of mental health as well, face particular barriers to social and economic participation in society. At its core, what this motion actually seeks to have done is a committee study on the issue of episodic disabilities to ensure that people who live with these disabilities are adequately protected. With respect to my honourable colleague, before I commit on the spot to what seems like a sensible thing to study, I'd like to have the opportunity to chat with some of my colleagues who serve on the committee to ensure first that the episodic disabilities are part of the study on C-81, and to ensure that we're taking steps in that bill to address the issue, And where this, if it turns out that this motion would indeed make a difference and not duplicate the work, it would have my support. Episodic disabilities are characterized by fluctuating periods of wellness and periods of illness or disability. These periods may vary in length, severity, and predictability. And in 2012, Mr. Speaker, almost 3.8 million Canadians have reported having disability that limited their daily activities. This figure includes people with episodic disabilities. Now, persons living with disabilities often face more challenges in the labour force than do persons without disabilities. In 2011, close to half, 47% of 15 to 64-year-olds living with disabilities reported that they were employed. The figure for their contemporaries without disabilities was 74%. Employment is one of the key aspects of independent living and full participation in society. As such, the Government of Canada strives to empower all adults of working age, including people with episodic disabilities, to fully contribute to their communities and achieve their personal goals. Now, our government, Mr. Speaker, is committed to supporting people with all forms of disabilities. One of our important initiatives is the removal of barriers in areas of federal jurisdiction. Mr. Speaker, on June 20th in 2018, we tabled in Parliament Bill C-81, the Accessible Canada Act. I should stress that barriers can be physical in nature, such as access to built infrastructure like buildings, but attitudinal barriers can also limit access and full inclusion. For example, persons living with disabilities can face discrimination in their workplaces or in seeking employment. Earlier I mentioned that the discrepancy between the employment rates of those living with disabilities as compared to other Canadians. But the survey indicated that 51% of potential workers in that age group thought that employers considered them disadvantaged as a result of their condition. And this simply isn't right, Mr. Speaker. Under the new proposed legislation, organizations falling within federal jurisdiction would be required to identify, remove, and prevent barriers to accessibility, including in the area of employment. Under this important bill, the Minister of Public Services and Procurement and Accessibility would be responsible for the Act and would implement aspects related to employment across all sectors within federal jurisdiction, including transportation, broadcasting, and telecommunications. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-81 also makes use of a broader definition of disability, and this speaks to the content of the motion in particular, because the definition includes a specific reference to episodic disabilities, to signal our commitment to reducing barriers with people who live with episodic conditions. If passed, Bill C-81 will require consideration of the particular accessible needs of people with a variety of disabilities, including episodic disabilities such as multiple sclerosis. For all people with disabilities, we are taking action. Mr. Speaker, to support the implementation of the new proposed legislation, the Government of Canada has committed approximately $53 million over 6 years toward a new strategy for an accessible Government of Canada. As part of the strategy, and as Canada's largest employer, the Government of Canada commits to hiring at least 5,000 new employees that live with disabilities over the next 5 years. We're also introducing a federal internship program for Canadians with disabilities and establishing a centralized workplace accommodation fund to better manage workplace accessibility for federal public service employees who live with disabilities. This is real action to effect change, and it will impact individuals that live with episodic disabilities. These initiatives are going to support Canadians in accessing secure, gainful employment opportunities. Mr. Speaker, supporting and advancing the inclusion of people living with disabilities is not new to this government. From day one, we've been committed to this goal, and we've been improving our programs and benefits to better fit people's needs. This is also why we have a minister dedicated to supporting persons living with disabilities. Our approach is based on collaboration and communication. Notably, we've heard from people with episodic disabilities and stakeholder organizations that these individuals may face barriers in accessing federal supports. I'm proud to say that our government's taken significant action to enhance the federal programs to support these individuals. For example, in Budget 2018, the Government of Canada announced that it will extend employment insurance while working on claim provisions to sickness and maternity benefits. This will allow claimants dealing with an illness or injury to have greater flexibility managing their return to work and keep more of their employment insurance benefits. This measure could have a positive impact on improving workforce attachment for people with episodic disabilities. In 2017, CRA reinstated the Disability Advisory Committee, a committee of 12 members and 2 co-chairs, including persons living with disabilities, advocates from the disability and Indigenous communities, qualified health practitioners, and tax professionals. This committee is mandated to advise the Minister of Natural Revenue and the Commissioner of CRA on interpreting and administering tax measures for Canadians living with disabilities in a fair, transparent, and accessible way. Enhancing the accessibility of the CRA services to persons living with disabilities, including those with episodic disabilities, is an ongoing effort which will greatly assist the committee's work, or be greatly assisted by the committee's work. The Government of Canada is also committed to filling knowledge gaps around the experiences of persons with episodic disabilities. Statistics Canada, in 2017 Canadian Survey on Disability, was the first national survey to contain questions aimed at identifying people with episodic disabilities, and will provide valuable information to be used by governments, disability organizations, and other stakeholders. And results are expected to be released later this fall. In these ways, Mr. Speaker, the Government of Canada continues to implement its commitment to advancing the inclusion of persons with episodic disabilities, will maintain communications with Canadians with episodic disabilities so that we can improve the support we provide and empower them to get the most out of life. Mr. Speaker, we believe in a truly accessible Canada, one where everyone has a fair chance to succeed. And I look forward to second reading of the honourable member's motion and having the opportunity before it comes back to the House to chat with my colleagues to ensure that the motion is going to lead to greater support for those living with episodic disabilities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, to you as well to my honourable member. Thank you.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable député.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to everyone, and I'd like to thank my colleague for Fort Murray, Athabasca, for having brought forward this motion that instructs the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities to consider the issue of episodic disabilities. I'm very pleased also to say that the NDP will support this motion. We feel that there are some very important principles underlying this, and we will support it. Episodic disabilities is a very important issue. It can affect any one of us, and it probably affects many people we already know. It does affect people I personally know. But, Mr. Speaker, you're probably wondering what exactly episodic disabilities are. Well, these are disabilities, for example, like those related to arthritis, cancer, multiple sclerosis, diabetes, and other forms of mental illness. So an individual can be simultaneously experiencing permanent disabilities as well as episodic disabilities. But the difference between the two is very clear. An episodic disability is characterized by varying periods of well-being. And so there are times when individuals can fully function, and then there are other periods when that same individual functions a lot less well because of the disability. And so the result is that that individual can be active, can be working, but only intermittently so. And it makes that individual's participation in the workforce very unpredictable. Oftentimes, these people are invisible. And there are many, many individuals who are affected by it. More than 4 million Canadians suffer from arthritis. 20% of all Canadians will experience an episode of mental illness over the course of their life. 100,000 Canadians have multiple sclerosis. 71,000 Canadians live with SIDA or rather HIV, and many, many thousands of Canadians have diabetes. So many Canadians are affected by these disabilities. Now, many systems, whether it be insurance, whether it be government benefits, unfortunately, these systems really are not tailored to these kinds of situations because they are so unpredictable. And these conditions fluctuate in intensity. In order to be eligible for disability benefits under the Canada Pension Plan, you have to have a serious and prolonged disability. So an individual who's experiencing episodic disability cannot necessarily work for long enough periods of time to be eligible. And when it comes to employment insurance, that does not kick in for those who work part-time. And yet episodic disabilities end up forcing people to work part-time. So you have to be completely unable to work. And that doesn't necessarily characterize those who live with episodic disabilities. Now, there are provincial income support programs for people with disabilities, but oftentimes those have to be long-term disabilities. And short-term disability benefits do not necessarily cover those who have episodic disabilities because it doesn't give them time enough to recover. So they have to either experience a total disability and total inability to work, or a long-term disability, or no disability at all, rather. So these people really are falling through the cracks. And they're really falling through the Social Security net. But these are people who need support, and they need us to be there to support them. So I've given you the numbers on people who are affected by these kinds of diseases and disabilities, and I think, therefore, it's important for us to act. The motion outlines the broad parameters, and I think there has to be a comprehensive study as soon as possible. I fully support my colleague on this motion. We need to resolve this issue. And as Glenn Better had said,
clinic in Ontario, les personnes qui
those individuals living with disabilities also have a legal right to fully participate in Canadian society. And if we give them the means to do that, then they benefit, their families benefit, their communities benefit, and ultimately we all stand to gain. That is a good thing. So let's fill in these gaps. Let's correct the flaws of our current system. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Resuming debate.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
Mr. Speaker, it's my pleasure to rise today to speak to M92, my colleagues from Fort McMurray Cold Lake private member motion, which seeks to enhance government policy responding to persons who suffer from episodic disabilities, including those caused by MS. Now, I've had the pleasure of knowing my colleague from Fort McMurray Cold Lake for several years before I came to this House. I met his wife, Kathy, up when they were door knocking for their by-election, and his daughter, Melissa, a wonderful lady who's suffering under snow in Calgary. Come home to Edmonton anytime, Melissa. Served on my EDA. I teased David that we got the third best Yurtiga in the House today, but they're wonderful people nonetheless. His wife, Kathy, I know, also a wonderful lady who spent countless hours helping out those in Fort McMurray during the big fire, the disastrous fire we had a couple years ago. Even with the issues that she's facing, she still continues to give to the community, so I thank her for that. Now, I know my office, no doubt like many other MPs here, work with constituents that need help accessing disability resources, and, as is often the case, are looking for support from a system that may not be best equipped to handle changing needs, demographics, and demands. Discussions like the one we're having today are essential for establishing an action plan for community organizations that serve those who live with debilitating conditions. Now, this type of discussion, a proper referral to committee to hear directly from those affected, how they can be better accommodated, what needs to be changed, and so on. This is the best way we can ensure that the needs of those who are suffering from a disability that may not always be present signs or symptoms are heard. I compare this motion, though, against the government's C-81, which, rather than provide an opportunity to develop a tangible plan with a roadmap for goals and desired outcomes, seeks instead to merely increase the bureaucracy and spending and add what will likely be decades more of proposals for upgrading buildings from Infrastructure Canada and PSPC. I have no doubt, though, it will be added to their growing list of underway with challenges on the Liberals' fabled mandate tracker. What we need to truly address are the needs of persons with disabilities. And like my colleague from Fort McMurray Cold Lake has highlighted, those whose condition may present episodically rather than chronically. The best way to do that isn't through observed experiences of a policy analyst at Public Services and Procurement, or of a bureaucrat whose government-mandated focus will be fining and penalizing Canadian or government agencies whose buildings are not up to code. C-81, the information package presented by the government, actually has twice as much information on how they were going to fine and penalize Canadians than it did on how it would implement the program or how they'd actually help Canadians with disabilities. Now, I wouldn't be so cynical if there wasn't a clear record of this government penalizing persons with disabilities rather than helping them. Now, let's go back recently as last year. The CRA began targeting people living with type 1 diabetes, people suffering from autism, as well as those suffering from severe mental health disorders. Autism Canada says they're still to this day, hearing too many stories of people who have had the disability tax credit, sometimes they've had the credit for decades, for their children with autism, and it's being taken away. And I have to ask, what is going on with the government? They're allowing the CRE to go after families who have loved ones suffering from autism and now saying, well, you don't qualify. Now, here's a hint to the government. You don't have autism and a tax credit one day and then the next day not have autism. It's beyond belief the way the government's acting. The disability tax credit reduces the tax burden of people with type 1 diabetes and others with disabilities. Under the law, they've been eligible to receive it for the last 10 years as long as a doctor certified they required life-sustaining therapy at least 3 times each week for a total of 14 hours on average. Yet the government is now taking away tax credits from people with diabetes or autism, even when their doctors certify they're eligible under the existing law or policy, neither of which has changed apparently. This new direction appears to have happened secretly with no public notice or consultation with the diabetes community. As a diabetes sufferer stated, it's not like I can snap a finger and the disease turns off. So I have a question in all of this. For a government that's so heavy on the need to consult, why are they so quick to unilaterally decide on how to handle the issue at level of a disability? This is part of an alarming trend from government increasingly desperate to raise revenue and funds for its out-of-control spending. Now, I note in their accessibility legislation, there's no mention of helping community-based organizations, those that persons with disabilities rely on during their day-to-day lives. People living with a disability don't need additional red tape, empty promises, or an enhanced bureaucracy that just increases the amount of redirects they get when they call the department for help. They need tangible change and something that can be attained by digging into exactly what is working and what isn't working through a comprehensive study like that proposed under M192. And perhaps the Liberals need to take heed of our record on disability legislation, programs that provided concrete action to address disability-related problems. Conservative government introduced the Registered Disability Savings Plan, which helps parents and grandparents with children with severe disabilities to contribute to their children's financial security. So far, over 100,000 Canadians have taken advantage of this program to save for their children's future. And in all time, it took 3 months from election to legislation to create this program. Now let's compare that to the Liberal record on C-81. 3 different ministers, well, maybe 4 when you consider it started with the current minister of PSPC under a different department. Now it's partly back with her. Now it's with disability sports. 3 different mandate letters in 3 years, and it's still not accomplished. During the Conservative era, we invested $30 million into the Opportunities Fund to help persons with disabilities gain employment. We supported caregivers by providing tax credits to help them with difficulties associated with caring for a loved one. $200 million for labor market agreements for persons with disabilities to assist provinces in improving the employment situation of Canadians with disabilities. Billions of dollars for the initiative of the Canadian Association of Community Living to connect persons with developmental disability with jobs. Millions to support the expansion of vocational training programs for persons with autism spectrum disorder, and the list goes on. But our action and disability resources didn't stop with our previous government. The members for Calgary Shepherd introduced C-399, the Fairness for Persons with Disabilities Act. The bill would amend the Income Tax Act to reduce the threshold for the number of hours needed for an activity to be eligible for the tax credit from 14 to 10 hours. In case of therapy that requires a regular dosage, It takes into consideration time spent on calculating the dosage to qualify for the tax credit. This will protect diabetics and certain rare disease patients for whom the calculation of the dosage takes considerable time. It also adds medical food and formula to qualifying for the tax credit in order to add certainty for patients with certain rare diseases. Now, this is the action that we need, an action that will help those living with disabilities. The member from Carleton introduced 395, the Opportunity for Workers with Disabilities Act, to ensure that those with disabilities, upon gaining employment, are not net losers when government benefit clawbacks occur. Again, this is real action, common sense action to help. Now my colleague from Fort McMurray Cold Lake is introducing his motion to develop a roadmap that would close the gaps in policy where people who aren't always presenting signs of a disability, as is often the case with people suffering from MS. Now we need a record that clearly shows what Canadians are saying about how the current system affects them and how it must be changed to help them not only to live with dignity, but to continue to be an active and contributing member of the Canadian society. M192 provides the action plan to do exactly that, and I hope my colleagues on all sides of the House recognize what it seeks to do and support it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
Mr. Speaker, I want to begin by saying that our government takes very seriously the challenges faced by people with episodic disabilities. Episodic disability is a health condition that we all know about, but is difficult to measure and manage because of the unpredictable nature of its manifestation. It is for this reason that we take into account the needs of people with episodic disabilities in the development of our legislative programs and policies. Episodic disability is characterized by moments of well-being and periods of illness or disability. These periods can vary in duration, predictability, and severity. Because of their condition, people with episodic disabilities may have to take time off work and thus use income replacement programs. In 2012, nearly 3.8 million Canadians aged 15 and over reported having a disability limiting their daily activities, including those with episodic disabilities. People with disabilities often face more employment challenges than people without disabilities. In 2011, almost half, or 47%, of respondents with disabilities aged 15 to 64 reported having a job. For non-disabled respondents, this proportion was 74%. Many of us know someone who has episodic disabilities, and many people have episodic disabilities as they get older. M192 proposes that the House of Commons request the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills Development, Social Development, and the Status of Persons with Disabilities to make recommendations for legislative and policy changes necessary to ensure that the needs of persons with episodic disabilities caused, among other things, by multiple sclerosis be adequately protected to ensure equity in government policy to support Canadians across all types of disability. Mr. Speaker, our government is well aware that people with disabilities face unique barriers that may limit their participation in our society and our economy. Mr. Speaker, our efforts to support and advance the integration of people with disabilities are not new. Since day one, we have been committed to this goal. In addition, we've improved and adjusted our programs accordingly. That's also why we have a minister dedicated to accessibility. Our approach is based on collaboration and communication, and that's how the government implements its commitment to people with episodic disabilities. We are committed to supporting people with episodic disabilities through many programs and benefits, such as the Canada Pension Plan Disability Program, the Disability Tax Credit, and the Canada Health and Social Services Disability Benefits. We've heard from people with episodic disabilities and the organizations that represent them that they are not always eligible for benefits of this nature because of the nature of their illness. For example, in June 2018, the Senate Standing Committee on Social Affairs, Science and Technology presented concerns such as these in their report, Breaking Down Barriers, a critical analysis of the Disability Tax Credit and Registered Disability Savings Plan. We are constantly evaluating the extent to which our programs meet the needs of people from diverse groups, including people with episodic disabilities. We also regularly ask for advice on how our programs and policies could be more inclusive and better help Canadians. We appreciate the work of the organizations involved in this regard. We've already taken important steps to provide better support. For example, in Budget 2018, our government announced that it would expand labour provisions for a period of EI benefits, maternity and sickness benefits. The purpose of this measure is to provide claimants who have an illness or injury more flexibility to manage their return to work and retain a larger portion of their EI benefits. Of course, I'd be remiss if I did not mention Bill C-81. On June 20th, 2018, we tabled the Accessible Canada Act in Parliament. Under this new legislative proposal, our government will require organizations under federal jurisdiction to identify, eliminate, and prevent barriers to accessibility, particularly in the area of employment. In addition, C-81 will also require consideration of the particular accessibility needs of people with a variety of disabilities, including those with episodic disabilities. Before we introduced our bill, we talked to stakeholders and we listened to them. During the Accessible Canada consultations, we heard from more than 6,000 Canadians and 90 organizations. Our government recognizes that it is important to ensure that people with episodic disabilities benefit from the proposed Accessibility Act in the same way as other people. In response to stakeholder recommendations, Bill C-81 includes a broader definition of disability and specifically includes episodic disabilities. This addition is a clear sign for those with an episodic disability that our government is working to remove the barriers they face on a daily basis. Our government will continue to work with persons with disabilities, including those with an episodic disability. Our goal is to ensure that these people are recognized and supported by our policies, programs, and laws. Mr. Speaker, our commitment to inclusion and accessibility is unwavering, and I want to express my appreciation to our colleague for bringing this issue to the House. There is no reason why all Canadians can't showcase all their strengths and talents. People with disabilities share the same contributions to Canada's prosperity as the rest of Canadians. Canada is a country where everyone should be able to benefit from our collective prosperity. We will continue our work to shape this an all-inclusive Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for North Okanagan-Shuswap, and he will, looks like he's going to have his full 10 minutes. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to get up and speak to this motion by the member from Fort McMurray Cold Lake. Since coming to this House 3 years ago, we've gotten to know the member and his spouse quite well. And he has put this bill forward, and it mentions multiple sclerosis because that is the situation that has affected them most closely in their household. But I know from getting to know them over the past 3 years that that is not the only focus or intent of this motion. They are caring individuals, and he has put this motion forward to address the multiple types of episodic disorders that are out there, not just the ones that have affected his household. So I give him great credit for that, for recognizing that this is a widespread issue across Canada. And really it is a fairly simple motion that asks the Standing Committee to look at the challenges that are out there, what can be done to change the regulations, and that's our job as legislators, as representatives of the individuals right across this country that sometimes suffer severely from these type of episodic disorders. And before anyone gets the impression that everyone suffers to a great extent, I had known the member and his spouse for a number of months before I even knew that she actually had MS. So she's had an amazing treatment program, recognition of her condition, to the point where most people would not recognize there was a challenge there. Not everyone has that same ability. They don't have the same support network. And I think that's what this motion is looking at, is to bring it to the Standing Committee to study it, to see what can be done, what can be changed within the regulations, within the healthcare system, within our Disability Act, and with our support systems out there, so that everyone can lead their lives to the fullest of their abilities. Oftentimes we've seen people with disabilities that are sometimes set aside. But other times we see people with disabilities in one area that have an incredible ability in another area. I have a sister that was diagnosed with epilepsy a number of years ago. Through good medication, through good diagnosis, it was under control, under very good control throughout the years. She led a very productive life as a salesperson, but it was interesting how stress would affect her symptoms and her reactions. But she learned to manage the stresses. They managed to get the medications under control through proper diagnosis and through proper systems out there. Those are the types of situations that are more common than I think most people realize. There are many people in our communities that have disabilities of some sort, but because they've been able to get the support of family, of the healthcare system, of proper diagnosis, they're able to lead full and complete lives. We also need to consider those ones that don't have that full support. Through our disability tax credits, through our recognition of the intermittence and the part-time effects of their, whether it be a disease or these episodic disorders. They're not always consistent. They're very hard to diagnose. How can we help those people get better diagnosis, better treatment, and better consideration if they're able to contribute to the economy at least part of the time when they're feeling better, feeling healthy, and recognize that there shouldn't be that light switch that switches them on and off of unemployment insurance or disability insurance, those types of things. And this bill, as I mentioned, Mr. Speaker, the member is not directing it specifically at any one type of episodic disorder. There are a number of disorders out there similar to this or tied into this. Issues, symptoms of Parkinson's, symptoms of epilepsy, symptoms of stroke, one of the most common health issues out there. Most people think of kind of a black and white situation with stroke symptoms, but often stroke symptoms that are able to almost fully recover waver back and forth in how well they're able to deal with their daily lives. And again, stress is a big part of reacting to these types of symptoms. The process of diagnosis, the process of providing support to these people can go to great lengths to relieve that stress, to relieve the stress from those that are suffering it the most and probably being impacted the most. So I truly give credit to the member from Fort McMurray Cold Lake for showing the consideration on this. The challenges that are faced are insurmountable. Many of these diseases progress gradually. What are the symptoms one day or 1 week or 1 year can change totally either in a short period of time or over decades. So it's very hard to, very difficult for the healthcare systems, for our unemployment insurance systems to adjust to these types of symptoms, the disabilities and the challenges that they present the patients. The motion, putting it forward to this committee, would provide the committee with the ability, and the members on that committee, members of Parliament that are in the position to make recommendations to this House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I see 2 minutes left. But by putting it to committee, the members of Parliament in that committee can hear from people that have these types of disorders, from people that treat these types of disorders, and people that care for people with these types of episodic disorders. It's only through that type of a process that we as parliamentarians can get a full understanding of episodic disorders and be able to make recommendations to government on regulations, healthcare regulations, healthcare transfers, and healthcare recommendations to the provinces, but also in our tax systems, how we can accommodate those people better through our disability tax credits, through our unemployment insurance programs, to make sure that, as I said, those people that are struggling with these disabilities and disorders can actually lead full lives, reduce the stress in their lives, so that they can continue to be productive. I know my time is running close here, and we're getting very close to the end of the day and the end of the session before the Thanksgiving break. So before I close, Mr. Speaker, I would just like to say happy Thanksgiving to you, all of the members here in the House today, and especially a happy excuse me, happy Thanksgiving to the member from Fort McMurray Cold Lake and his spouse for putting this forward. Thank you.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille. You have about 2 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a real pleasure for me to speak to the motion put by the member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake. It's for Fort McMurray Cold Lake. It's very interesting. Trying to help people with disabilities and various conditions, especially episodic ones. We understand how important it is to ensure how important it is that persons with episodic disabilities get the help they need, because this will benefit society as a whole. So, Motion 192 will make sure that these groups get greater attention. There are many initiatives which will have as an effect to help people with episodic disabilities. There's C81, the Accessible Canada Act. This will create specific conditions for episodic disabilities under the definition of disabilities and will help meet the specific needs of Canadians with episodic disabilities. Canadian inquiry into disabilities is the first one to include a specific look at disabilities, episodic disabilities. Episodic disabilities are characterized by intermittent periods of good health and then poor health, and the gravity of these situations may vary. For example, muscular sclerosis, chronic pain, arthritis, and certain forms of mental illness. According to a study on disabilities in 2012, they say it is 3.9% of the population from 15 to 63 years will have episodic disabilities, or would have had episodic disabilities in that year. And these were conditions that were either serious or very serious. These are people who can work. I must end, Mr. Speaker. Well, I'd like to take an opportunity to wish you all my colleagues, a wonderful and happy Thanksgiving. Share it with your family and come back in tip-top form a week from now. The period for private members' business has expired, so it falls to the bottom of the precedents.
Monday, October 15th, 2018 at 11 a.m. pursuant to Standing Orders 28.2 and 24. I just want to take this opportunity to wish everyone a happy Thanksgiving, and we can give thanks for living in such a wonderful country. Je vous souhaite tous une bonne action.
I wish you all a very happy Thanksgiving.